Matazandi Vashilish Vigalu Matazandi Vashilish Vigalu Matazandi Vashilish Vigalu Matazandi Vashilish Vigalu
Alrighty, we are going to go ahead and get going, I think. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Found a bunch of really good Iranian music when I was kind of looking around for this game. How's it going, guys? Hope everyone is doing well. I am going to actually be going back to doing some single player streams. It's been a long road in terms of getting that multiplayer server to run. It is at the point I don't need to be in all the games. As such, I am going to be shifting kind of how I do streaming and just general stuff like that. Really briefly, I want to talk about that. Fridays from here on out are going to be single player streams, pretty much always. I am going to go back to at least one day a week streaming single player stuff. I really do miss it, and I know a lot of folks get tired of my multiplayer roleplay games, and I will be honest, I get a little tired of it too. One second. My hair's doing crazy shit today. So, one day a week of single player streams from here on out will be happening for sure. So really on Twitch, I'll be streaming single player on Fridays, probably mainly Millennium Dawn, HOI4. I will go into some other stuff too. There's a lot of playthroughs I want to do. On Sunday, I will stream always multiplayer. Right now, that's going to be obviously Aminar, and then Victoria, and then I may do one other day of streaming a week. It'll probably be on YouTube though. So I will stream on Twitch only 2 days a week from here on out. One for multiplayer, one for, what's it called? Single player. There is going to be an Elder Kings multiplayer game starting next Friday, which will go for a little while. I will play in that, but I will also do a single player stream on Fridays, even with that. So just heads up about that. So today we are going to get going with, what's up, Famby? What's up, Almost? What's up, Lumber? We're going to be doing an Iran game. This is what I've been wanting to do ever since this focus tree came out. It's a really interesting one. What makes it very unusual in really any focus trees for any HOI4 mod is obviously its size. This thing is pretty big. I mean, it's not like China, right? I mean, it's not this, but it's not far off either. The recent trees added with this update, including Azerbaijan and Armenia, or Azerbaijan, Armenia, and I think Georgia too. They're really good size. What's interesting about Iran though is they don't actually give you any really alternative ideology paths. The typical blueprint you see in vanilla focus trees and even in a lot of mods is just basically, you know, you got 4 political paths you can go down. Iran doesn't do that. What they did, what the makers of this focus tree did, is basically the whole thing is you still within basically the religious government to a degree, but it has like opportunity for either going more hardline or conservative or more reformist. It gives you a lot of foreign policy decisions and stuff like that. So although at first when I looked at it, I was a little uncertain because I was like, well, I want to make Persia, or I want to go like pro-Western Iran. We can still do that. We're not going to though. We're going to stay within like the kind of Iranians' current government, and we're going to kind of basically just play out a different path for them. And this focus tree really does give you a lot of interesting options for basically how to play out that government and how we want to either go like more reformist, more hardliner. I just think this tree is so good. I don't really want to kind of break the narrative that the maker was going for. There's a lot we can do within it. So we will likely be the community government for the whole game, most likely. I'm not ruling out that we won't go alternative. It is a possibility. But what I want to kind of do with it is see what we can do within that type of government, or reforms we can make, what decisions we can do, because there's a lot of great stuff. So just a little precursor on that. I will not go probably something too crazy with this one. So let's take a look at our country. Obviously, Iran in 2000 has been underneath the Ayatollah Khomeini and the hardliner religious government for, I think, almost 30 years, a little under 20, something like that. Obviously, it was a monarchy prior to its current state underneath the Shah, which was basically backed by the British. He was very close with the British. The Brits had a lot of control over Iran prior to this, in the early part of the 20th century, and even prior to that. Obviously, Iran has a very long and very, you know, impressive history, but in more recent times, it has very much not been that powerful. I mean, the last really, correct me if I'm wrong here, the really strong period of Iranian strength in terms of regional and the culture of the people there were probably the Timurids or the Mughals. That was the last time that the regions here were really influential. After that, obviously with the rise of Europe, the West, and things like that, Persia, Iran, that whole area, it really just declined in relevance, in power, in economic ability. Obviously, at one point, the Silk Road gave it a fair bit of income and prominence, you know, coming out of China through Uzbekistan, and there was a route down through Iran and stuff like that. You know, when the Europeans opened up global trade and travel, you know, in like the 14th, 15th centuries, trading with Asia, obviously by boat, both, you know, going around the Horn and then later through the Suez, it really cut out these sort of central Middle Eastern and then Central Asian regions in terms of a lot of economic power and just relevance. So even under the Pasha before the Ayatollah, their really only power was their oil to a lesser degree. That's not to like sell them short or anything. It was just hard for any non-European country to really be particularly relevant during that time period. I'm doing very good, Viking. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Denise? It's been a long time since I lastly watched you. Did anything change heavily in streams or anything? Literally, I broke my ankle. Very aggressive football friends. Jesus, man. I hope you're doing all right, almost. Yeah, I remember your name for sure, dude. It has been a minute. I don't know when you last watched me, so it'd be tough to say. I do a lot more roleplay and stuff like now. I've kind of switched more to doing like YouTube videos, but I still stream, so. I don't know, tough to tell. Pro-Russia, not necessarily. We're going to decide our foreign policy opinions kind of as they come. I'm not, well, what I'll say with this is we will stay with the Ayatollah, we'll stay with the Iranian government, but I'm not afraid to dramatically throw out like foreign policy and prior sort of stuff that Iran has done up to now. We're going to go history for sure. The question is just like what way we'll go about doing it. So I will definitely go off the beaten path, but it won't be too crazy like some of the playthroughs. You should name your alliance Axis of Evil. Yeah, just to piss off George Bush. He'll love that. The Safavids were powerful. What time period were they in, Viking? That name doesn't ring a bell. Yes, the Brits had a monopoly on oil both in Iraq and Iran under the Pasha up until obviously the revolution. Iran has been through so many things though historically. Yeah, it's got one of the most interesting and long histories on the planet. I mean, you got the birthplace of civilization literally right here. I mean, if you don't want to take into account obviously the Indus civilization and some in China, so they're very old. I mean, the Persian Empire back in the day, there's just so much ancient history. They were really the center of a lot of that. Iran's got a fascinating history. The times were good when the angry Iraqi guy declared war on us. Yeah, we beat back the Iraqis, and I think it was like what is in here? I think 80 something. Or is it? I know they have something for it. The Holy Defense. 1980 was the war. There was the big one between Iraq and Iran. It was an absolute bloodbath. Are you sure you can't switch governments? I tried this tree and you can't do elections or anything. No, you can't, but I'm not going to try. What's it Dubai? I'm not going to actually try and change governments. We're just going to work with the one that they have. 17th and 18th century. I got you. I don't know too much about them. I'm going to be honest, Viking. Medes, Archimedes, Macedonians, Seleucids, Seljuks, Mongols, etc. Yeah, there's been a lot. What's up, Nathan? I played as communist. I read Millennium Dawn. It was fun. You manually switched your ideology, I assume, though, by doing your decisions for political decisions, right? I assume that's what you did. Could be wrong, but I'm gonna assume that's what you did. We may go that at some point, but I really want to make use of the focus tree that they gave us because it's really interesting. It's really engaging. It's not every day in HOI4 mods or HOI4 itself you get well-made trees that A, teach you a little bit about the country and the culture, and B, are just actually kind of, you know, they give you decisions and stuff. So the dev who made this put in a lot of work. I think it's definitely worth kind of just playing through. What I will say is I'm gonna probably make this a longer one. I expect us to go pretty far in this one. I'm expecting at least probably 5 streams of this. Probably gonna make it in YouTube videos, we'll see. So what we'll do is we'll go through most of our tree. Once we're done with that, that would probably be the point I would consider going another political ideology and then potentially just doing something pretty radical. So we'll see. Surprised the government is the reformist soft. Yeah, it's not really though, it's 50-50. Can explain the update in the focus tree? No. If you'd like to understand the update, you can check out my YouTube channel, Viking, which has a video on that. Finally getting a mic so I can talk to y'all. Only thing is Christmas, so yeah, nice. You did a civil war, yeah, so we'll have to go something radical like that. The focus tree really just deals with the major economic decisions, which is all of this, made in this time period for Iran and the path they wish to go, whether or not we want to go nuclear and whether we really want to go into like a more scientific Iran, or if we want to kind of keep the old systems, which are not very efficient. It has a whole political foreign involvement tree. So if we want to get involved with Turkey, Israel, Syria, Iraq, there's a whole bunch of stuff we can make decisions on for that. I believe there's even, yeah, a space program if we want to go with that at some point too. So we can either go like a super traditional conservative old school Iran that's just really stagnant, very much old school Ayatollah doctrine, or we can go for like a modernist interpretation where they open up to more changes, nothing crazy, but some reforms and more of a scientific focused Iran. And you know, given in the past Persia was, you know, ahead of a lot of the planet in terms of science, there's definitely some cool stuff we can do with that. So I'm just not gonna sit here for 15 minutes and explain the update to you, not when I have a video that can do it. So you can call it what you want, but I'm not gonna explain the update because there's a lot to it. If there's one place I'd like to know more about the history, it's Iran's Central Asia region. Sadly, no time, too much to learn. Yeah, I feel that, Skova. The one I really want to learn is Russian history. I really have not done enough of that. I've been putting together a book list of things I'm gonna read, so I'm gonna put some of that on there. Ayatollah wouldn't be the guy really in charge at that point. I assume we'll get a new leader if so. So anyway, all right, let's get going. Let's take a look at our national spirits to start off with. We are a multi-ethnic state, obviously. We got a lot of different cultural groups within Iran. This is where Victoria 3 has really spoiled me. You know, Victoria 3 and being able to see the individual cultures, religions, the population breakdown, it really does make HOI4 seem a little two-dimensional. Goddamn. Birthplace of the Islamic Revolution, gets more political power and a lot of emerging support. So to ever get another ideology, it will be very difficult. When the last Shah of Iran was overthrown in the 1979 revolution and the year 2,500 years of Persian monarchy rule came to an end. Out of the popular revolution emerged the Islamic Republic and the Ayatollahs. The once ally of the West became overnight a direct adversary. Iran stands as the beacon for Shia Islam around the globe, but also as a counterforce to Sunni incursion. Axis of resistance. We can send a lot more volunteers, but we can only have Shia countries in our faction. Axis of resistance refers to an informal alliance between Iran, Syria, and Hezbollah. It is a collection of countries that oppose Israeli, Saudi, and Western influence in the Middle East. Obviously, we're very hostile to the West. I think anyone who's read a news article in the last 10 years will know that. Iranian brain drain. Iran's ongoing brain drain crisis can be attributed to the compounding effects of multiple factors. Most notably, decades of poor governance, political repression, human rights abuses, bleak economic outlook, corruption, and socio-demographic factors. This will be removed if we raise our GDP per capita or have higher education, which I believe we already have, so that's very weird. Or do we need to be above it? Okay. We can either do slow the brain drain or we can get a higher GDP per capita. Corruption of the government. Unfortunately, there is corruption in our government, which has had negative effects on the progress of the country. We must identify the factors of corruption and deal with them. We have a corruption level of 8, which is absolutely brutal. One of the updates features I will mention, though, is one of the only saving graces of corruption in Millennium Dawn, which was that you get political power, has been removed. There is now no upside to corruption in Millennium Dawn. It used to be corruption would give you political power, which actually makes sense. You know, if you could bribe governmental officials, it's easier to get things done. It made sense. They removed that. So it's now just really bad, which I get, but still. Self-deprecation. This is a statistic in the game, which is pretty interesting. During the programs of foreign media and intelligence services in our country, our nation has found a self-deprecating spirit that makes them underestimate the progress of their country and not be proud of it. The spirit has a great impact on our lack of progress. Jihad of Construction. Jihad of Construction was one of the organizations of the Iranian Revolution. The organization began as a movement of volunteers to help with the 1979 harvest, but soon was institutionalized and took on a broader, more developed role in the countryside. Excuse me. Which is really interesting. The Holy Defense. Our war of Iraq in 1980 and the bravery and sacrifices of our fighters have made our nation more unified and in a spirit of martyrdom. We gained a lot of experience from this war, which will help our military forces to fight better today. We have the Concours crisis. The Concours is the Iranian Comprehensive National Interest Exam required for students to enter into tertiary education. While it originally was created to ensure the Islamization of universities, now it has become a barrier for those seeking skilled professions and has led to an increased amount of students studying abroad. Oopsies. And ultimately staying abroad, lessening the domestic amount of skilled professionals in the country. Obviously, you don't want your smart people to leave. That creates problems. So we'll have to deal with that for sure. We are a regional power, meaning we're very minor. We're not that strong. And we are a nuclear state. So that's the current state of things, generally speaking. We are obviously Shia. We have stable growth. We have rampant corruption. In terms of our internal factions, we have the, I'm going to butcher this, Sepa-e-Pastaran, the Vivak, which I believe is, yeah, it's their intelligence group. These guys are really good at what they do. And then there's the Bazaar, which is basically our internal like merchants and business owners within the Islamic Republic. Decentralized administration, medium military spending, minimal police funding, higher education focus, very basic healthcare, basic pensions, globalized trade economy, volunteer service for women, limited interventionism, and officer advanced training, which is not very good. So that's our general state. Also, obviously, we have our faction, which is the Axis of Resistance. And the new feature that was one of the new features added in the recent update is ideological powers based on your ruling party. We're the conservatives. That gives us foreign influence defense, so it's harder for countries to get influence on us. Stable society that gives us stability. And patriotism, which gives us war support. I never noticed that before. It's a MAGA hat, nice. So yeah, all right, that's where we're at. That debuff requires you to have all those requirements. Thank you, Dennis Dominus. I did not realize that. Thank you, man. So we got a lot of work to do on that part then. I miss being a corrupt. It's never too late to become corrupt, man. Come on. Looks like Iran is going into Iraq. Big millennium. Today, Iranian protesters burned down the Ayatollah Khomeini, which was the theocrat who came to power in the 79 revolution. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the protests in Iran are pretty wild right now. It's really cool to see. What's up, Dolphin? For any wondering about no manpower between Iran and Iraq, had about 1 million casualties. It was a very bloody war that we kind of ignore because it wasn't really relevant in the West. Irish history sucks nothing much really. Cool. I tried E4 after Vicky 3. I just can't play it anymore. Vicky 3 or EU4 mage? Revenge against Saddam. Yeah, we're very hostile to Iraq. In terms of our foreign policy, we're basically hostile to everyone. We're friendly with the al-Assad government in Syria, and we're friendly with Hezbollah, who are really terrorists. So we don't have a lot of friends. We're very hostile with Iraq. We have middling to not very good relations with Turkey. Central Asia, we're not ridiculously hostile, but we're not really friendly. And then Pakistan, we're not on very good terms with. So we really don't have many friends. Also, we're a huge rival with the Saudis. They're going to be our #1 enemy. Now, I will say with this game, this isn't going to be a really hardcore roleplay game. I'm not going to do this like some of the MP games I do. But as with any game I do, we are going to make reasonable decisions based on our leadership, our factions. I'm not just going to like make fucking 50 tank divisions and just start conquering everything. I find that really boring. We are going to probably go to war in this game a fair bit. I'm not opposed to that. But I want to play this game out in really a realistic manner. We're going to play this game from the perspective of the Iranian government. If we choose to prioritize the reformists or the other group, that's fine. But I want to play this out like we are Iran. So the goals for this game will be to diplomatically outmaneuver and optimally have an overthrow of the Saudi government. It will be almost certainly get revenge upon Iraq. It will be to expand Shia influence in the Middle East, including our friends in Syria. It will be to offset the power of Turkey and their relationships with the West to try and make them weaker, become more or less the diplomatic and military sovereign of the Middle East, grow a very massive economy, and just generally become a powerhouse of the world by ourselves. That will be our goal. So I will be utilizing a lot of like the influence mechanics. We will fight hard wars, but I'm going to play it out more like real politics, right? Like our first response isn't going to be mobilize 100 tanks and just go to war. We're going to play it out in an interesting manner. That will be the general sort of goal and outlook I've kind of thought about for this campaign. So just a heads up. This won't be hardcore roleplay, but this also won't be very casual. It'll be somewhere in the middle. So just a heads up. All right, let's go ahead and get our army divided and take a look at what we've got. We've got 6 tank divisions. We'll put them under Najafi. I'm gonna butcher all these names. If there's anyone from the Middle East or Iranian watching, I apologize as always. It's not a skill I've ever had. All right, we have a few more tanks. We have some special forces. Air divisions are all special forces now. I think. Maybe not. It's been a minute. I've only done a couple like single player games of MD since the update. I didn't stream them. More special forces. And then we have all of our motorized. We'll separate our Marines, our airborne, and our air recon. There you are. Okay, so we've got 31 motorized divisions, we've got 12 armored divisions, we've got 9 special forces, and we've got 5 more kind of specialized forces. Marines, airborne, and then obviously commandos. So, very strong military, which makes sense. We're gonna split our motorized in half. We'll put them under Kurdistan. Our more specialized divisions, we're gonna put under Soleimani. Specialized stuff I will put under Saudi, and then our other 2 generals we'll put in charge of our motorized. All of this will be put on the border of Iran. Hold on, it's been a minute since I played HOI4. Bear with me here. I haven't played HOI4 in a cool minute, guys, so if I look rusty, I absolutely am, I promise. How do I move divisions again? What's the front line? Hold on. I gotta restart the game. You know why? Okay. I'm working on a YouTube series of videos right now, basically dealing with the DLCs. I only launched with 1 DLC because I've been doing some testing, so I gotta relaunch this really quick. There's only Death and Dishonor on right now. I only have Death and Dishonor on, none of the other DLCs. Let me fix that really quickly. Shit. I forgot I was doing that. Don't forget to constantly be hostile towards Israel, of course. That's one of the regime's signature moves. Friend and arm anyone who wants to pick a fight with Israel. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so, anyway. I'll fix this in a moment. Shouldn't take long. And let me tell you, the game without DLC is pretty fucking atrocious. More of the story. It's the conclusion I've come to, working on those god-awful videos. Millennium Dawn loading quick. Beautiful. Alright, I'll have to redo everything, but that's fine. It'll just take a second. I just wanted to talk about the intro stuff. I already did that, so we're good. Change all the custom rules I was going to do, though. I think that's it. Cool. Can we send drones to Russia? They haven't implemented the Ukrainian war stuff, so I don't believe so. So when overthrowing the theocratic government and becoming democratic, if it happens, it'll be really late in the game. What's up, Bitter? We're gonna really just focus on like the ruling government in the beginning. All right, let's do this really quickly one more time here. Okay. We are good. All right, like I said, we'll put everyone under Kurdistan. We will put anyone else under Soleimani. And we're good. Okay. In terms of our Air Force, we have pretty good amount of stuff, to be honest. Nothing crazy. A lot of it's very advanced, which is fan-fucking-tastic. We don't have manpower, though, so we'll have to wait on that. And I don't want to delete any of our divisions. In terms of our Navy, I know we have a few. Yes. We actually have ships in the Caspian Sea, which are absolutely fucking useless. We obviously can't get them to the mainland, so we'll put our secondary admiral on there. Our primary fleet consists of 7 vessels, 3 attack submarines from 1980, and then a couple really fucking old corvettes. Our Navy is going to be one of our biggest hindrances. We obviously have a lot of geography such that we can create space if we need to by retreating into the natural geography that gives us strength in the event of a war, but stopping naval landings will be a little difficult. So optimally, I think we're going to look to expand upon our Navy. Shocking, I know. I'm gonna focus on the Navy. In terms of our general economic outlook, we have 12 civs, 1 naval dockyard, and 6 military factories. Obviously, we are going to focus on building up the economy in 2000 industrialization. So the first thing we will do are work on some civs in our capital of, what the fuck is it? Tehran. There it is. We'll work on 5 there. In terms of research, we are a very militaristic government that will not prioritize a lot of cutting-edge technologies. We have 3 research slots until we expand them with the new system. We'll put 1 on military stuff, and then we'll put 2 on civilian stuff. We'll work on microprocessors, basic arms, and construction. Military factory-wise, we are going to work on the basics. We'll work on small arms, support equipment. We will work on... I would normally do IFVs because I really like them, but that doesn't make a lot of sense with Iran's general military doctrine quite yet. So we'll work on ATGMs, manpads, and utility vehicles. We'll also pick up... I really would like to do IFVs, but we shouldn't. So we'll work on tanks as well. In terms of our dockyards, we're just going to simply work on convoys, and still we can actually build up some naval bases right now. So we'll work with that. This is going to drive me crazy. God damn it. I hate it when it does that. All right, and then the important thing, our focus. To start off with, we only have 1 choice. The 3rd development plan. The 3rd post-revolution development plan includes measures and actions for restructuring Iran's state-dominated economy towards a globally oriented market system, and measures dealing with domestic and foreign policies, national security, and cultural endeavors. However, it is too much to realistically complete within 5 years, so we must focus on what portion of the plan to do. This will take us 20 days, it'll be very short. Plans we can put out, low manpower we can't deal with, resources we will simply deal with. We also have 82 billion in debt and a little bit of a surplus in our government, which I am going to use to lower the microscopic interest rate we have. And lastly, our economic preview. This will take a while to set up, but this is a Millennium Dawn game. I think we all know how that tends to go when you're setting up. 677 billion GDP, really not that good considering we're Iran. GDP per capita of 10,000, not horrible, not good. We have a population tax rate of 20%, which is very low. An exceedingly corporate tax rate of 10%. Thankfully, this is not a multiplayer roleplay game, so I can keep it below 15. Praise fucking Jesus. We are running a pretty big deficit right now. This is primarily due to our welfare spending, which although it's not exorbitant, is there. We're probably going to want to raise our population tax rate. We're also going to lease civilian complexes. There's never any reason not to do this. They're just basically free civs in the beginning. We make a lot of money off of oil though, obviously, so that is fantastic. We're going to just run a bit of a deficit in the beginning, and we'll just kind of deal with things. So, everything is actually done, besides one thing. For Iran. We can't go without an intelligence agency, can we? So we'll work on that. I am going to really try and utilize this spy agency in today's game, or in this game generally, so. All right, let's get going. That only took 30 minutes. With that, Beard Hamu will reunite all the Middle East. Salute to our new glorious leader. Oh boy. What's the Democratic tree look like? There isn't one, Dolphin. It's all just around the Kamini. 1 USD is 42,400 Iranian rials. It's pretty good GDP per capita. I mean, it's obviously, it's all stacked to the dollar. You can even see the little dollar there. Forever showing its power in just general economic outlooks. Mossad. Yeah, we're gonna definitely use our intelligence agency to fuck with Saudi Arabia and Israel. One thing I always regret in games I play is I've never really made use of this agency. It's not the most important thing, but since we are gonna be like playing out in Iran, I'm gonna really go heavy on this, and we're gonna do a lot to fuck with these guys. So expect a very intelligence agency spy heavy Iran. We'll do a lot of that. I want to play around with it. Also, obviously, we do have nuclear energy, and we have a secret nuclear program. So we are working on that. We can make fissile material and nuclear warheads. I'm not going to rush it. Obviously, that's a huge deal to do. So even our government will know it's sketchy. So we'll be careful of that. We have 2 satellites. Pretty cutting edge stuff here. Truly revolutionary on the field of interconnected global systems. 2 satellites, which we'll work on. Obviously, we don't have really access to any Western satellite networks. I don't even know, would we have access to the GPS system? I don't know if we'd even have access to that in 2000. So, we'll see. What does the tree look like? I'll show you. It's a big one. Economic stuff, political stuff, nuclear and technology stuff, foreign policy and interference stuff, and military stuff. It's a really well-made tree, but it doesn't give you a lot of political variety. I'm not complaining. There's plenty of trees that do that. This is more like a story kind of game that you kind of get to choose, which I really enjoy those when they're made well. So, GPS was made globally after a Korean air flight crash, even to Iran. Thank you, Mage. Didn't know that. Appreciate it. We will develop nuclear after West will impose sanctions, which will do basically nothing. They will lose political power. It's a win-win. Yeah, it seems like a good idea. There is a civil war currently going in Afghanistan, which I believe Iran stayed out of. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they did anything besides mainly give like a few arms to one side. So we're gonna stay out of this. We could choose to get involved with it, but I don't think we will. Won't do anything there. Won't do anything here. Alrighty. The 3rd development plan. In order to correct, improve, and reform the administrative system in the dimensions of the organizations, we will use this plan. But which should we put more focus on? We're going to focus on our industry, obviously, to start off with. So that's pretty simple. Can't go anywhere without an economy. Even Iran understood this. They did really attempt to develop their economy in this time period, so we will go with this first. Meaning, we're going to go into this. Amidro. Iranian Mines and Mining Industries Development and Renovation Organization, known as Amidro, is a state-owned holding company active in the Iranian mining sector. Amidro has companies in the field of steel, copper, cement, and mineral industries. So we're going to be building up a resource economy. Hopefully, we can make some international partners and export it. So we'll see what we can do with that. Science? Not yet. We'll go with that later. Iran AI invades Afghanistan a lot and the Northern Alliance wins. Yes, but that's the AI. They're not the most intelligent, are they? The Iranian diplomats were killed. It was quite close to direct intervention, but nothing happens. Ah, gotcha. Didn't know they were killed. Mage, I'm going to use you as my crutch here. I did do a fair bit of reading on Iran before I started this, but I didn't read any books or anything on it and stuff like that. One thing I've been really thinking about doing more in these single-player games, like I said, I'm going to go back to doing more single-player streams and playthroughs by myself, which I really do miss for a lot of reasons. One thing I've been thinking about doing is really getting more detailed in them. So when I do MD games, I may just straight up buy books on the country and get a really much better understanding. I always try and be a little bit informed on it, but I often find that my understanding of these countries is almost really surface level when I play them, which I don't like. So I think I may start doing a lot more planned single player playthroughs where I really educate myself on the countries and stuff. So A, I could actually give you guys some interesting information, which if you like me, you like that kind of stuff. And B, I could actually play them out in a more realistic manner, you know. So I may do that for the next game after this one. It'd be interesting. Port Ma, yes, there is that one. That will happen next, but that will probably only be 1 day playthrough of Ambi. Port Ma I can probably do in an 8-hour playthrough. So we'll see. Which I have not forgotten about. We have an investment offer from Russia. Obviously, we are very friendly with them, so we will accept it. Infrastructure in Sistan and Baluchistan. So, lovely. We'll absolutely accept that. We now have an intelligence agency. We're going to wait to recruit our first spy. And we have some free civs. So let's work. Central Bank of Iran warns of possible housing bubble. We regret to inform you that a sizable portion of our expert team are spotting early signs that the Iranian housing market is overheated and could be heading towards a bubble that's ready to burst. Keep in mind that predicting the future is difficult and hard work, so maybe our experts are wrong. We're going to ignore it. We're trying to undergo like a big economic development cycle here, so the government would be really not wanting to make concessions in regards to expansion, which will hurt the opinion of the local business owners, but we're the government, we're not them, so we're not going to be afraid to trample on some toes here. Did you try the Polish rework and Kaiserreich? I haven't, guess. I have not. Which is steal the Dalai Lama from India. One of the other single player playthroughs I will be starting somewhat soon is there's this mod for like Asia and India that's really interesting. I got asked by the creator to actually do a playthrough and review of it, which was really, it's cool he asked me to do it. So I will do a playthrough of that at some point in the future. Probably next couple weeks at some point. After Port Ma, of course. Most likely. Now we're waiting. Wonderful. I can't decide if it's hot or cold in here, man. In weird Ohio weather, I swear. I wish we could see what focuses they're going. We really like them. They like us a little bit, but not really. We've got a good relationship with Russia-ish. We'll definitely want to expand on that. We have a solid relationship with China. So Russia and China obviously will be the people we try and work with. I mean, we're very much Eastern aligned, obviously. So those will be our major partners. India could be someone we could cooperate with, but given the historical issues between Hinduism and Islam, there is a lot of history, especially with Pakistan, even though we're not really friendly with them, that would potentially create issues there. Oh yes, Ohio. I think I'm the biggest constant MD streamer in the HOI4 community. I stream it more than other people, or at least I used to. Tommy K is the biggest for sure. Tommy K does play it a fair bit whenever it comes out with an update, so I'm not... I appreciate that guess, but I think that's definitely Tommy K. I wish you would actually do like a roleplay MD game. Not with us, but I mean just like generally. I'd be interested to watch it. He does a lot of esports nowadays. This is a really cool feature they added. I know they've talked about adding more political features and stuff too, which is really cool. Like the more political options and engagement you have, I think it just adds to the game. I'm at that point with like any of these paradox games or strategy games. For me, it's just all about immersion. Like any feature that adds more immersion mechanics to the game is what I want. So let's go speed 4. It's frigid outside here today in Winnipeg and warm inside yay for good HVAC systems. I'm glad to hear that, Commander. My central heating in this house doesn't go upstairs. I need to get a space heater, but we'll see when I have some more money. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cold in here, man. I can't feel my toes right now. It's freezing, I think. Tommy's such a bad streamer. I'm not gonna talk about Tommy K. I used to, which was very rude. I'm gonna make an effort now not to talk bad about other streamers. All right, let's take a look at this. So we get to prioritize different areas basically in terms of where we want to go. So there are different like regions of Iran. We could prioritize where we want to focus. I think it would make natural sense for us to really focus on the central regions of our government where the bureaucratic base is. Given that we are an autocratic government, we can kind of choose efficiency over, concessions. But then again, each of these go to a specific type of thing, and they all lead into 2 different areas, which is Iran first. It is true that our economy is strong and resilient, and we can make it even better by nationalizing foreign assets within our country and investing in domestic markets and industry, so focus more of ourselves, or we can go export focused. Well, it is true that our economy is strong, but that is not enough. We can generate a lot more profit and reap the benefits by focusing on exporting our goods to international markets. These are all exclusive, so we need to decide right now. I'll do a poll for this. It'll be a really short one. Economic policy. Iran first or export economy? I'll do a flash 2-minute poll on that one, and I'll do another focus while we wait. IROS, the Iranian Research Organization for Science and Technology, is a comprehensive science policy research center directly attached to the Ministry of Science, Research and Technology of Iran. The IROS is the biggest research center in Iran, is particularly engaged in development of strategies, policies, research and development systems, and alternative energy sources such as solar energy and nuclear energy. We'll work on that, while the foreign policy advisors and economic policy advisors, the Ayatollah, get their report together to advise. A week ago, an Iranian rapper was sued because he declared war on Allah. Jesus, that is pretty incendiary. Man has a wife and kid and still playing games at 30s. I say he has a pretty solid life. Yeah, he's living a pretty good life, man. Russia gets an update in the next focus tree. Will you learn Russian history? Absolutely. I've been meaning to do it for a while, and they'll give me an excuse. So. I know that HOI4 is more about international relations, wars and such, but it's nice to see some domestic policy stuff. Yes, agreed. I love it when focus trees actually do that. MD devs are trying to add more of it. MD's focus trees are my favorite in Millennium Dawn, in HOI4. There's other mods that are really solid, but none of the other mods really are able to, I think, balance like the complexities of a nation state like they do in terms of just generally the different factors that a government has to focus on and prioritize. A lot of trees, even if they're really well written, like Kaiserreich, beautifully written events, really engaging focus trees, but they tend to be very military and very politically focused, which is great, but it can feel not as three-dimensional as some of like the trees that MD has, for example. All right, we got to choose an agent to recruit here. He might be good for getting away. He's a pretty solid guy. Charlotte Waller is a double agent for the British. That'd be interesting, but they're not really a big interest to us anymore. Revolutionary Spy Hunter. He'd be good for domestic stuff. Web of Lie is fan-fucking-tastic. This dude is a really, really good dude. Export economy. All right, sounds good. We're gonna go for Saeed Shariari. I'm saying that wrong. Again, I apologize, but we'll go for him. He's a web weaver. First thing we're gonna do, sending him to Saudi Arabia. He is going to be sent there with a mission of basically building us a spy network in the capital of Riyadh and giving us an understanding of what the Saudi government is doing, giving their our greatest rival and biggest existential threat. In the future, we want him to basically build up a large enough spy network in Saudi Arabia that we can do actively hostile espionage. We'll go with missions. We want to build the groundwork of the ability to destabilize the Saudi government, and he will be our spy master there. Okay, we have 219 political power. We are going to go for a large civil service administration. I would just go straight for a centralized state, but that doesn't make any sense. So we will go up to large civil service administration. They have also made this a little bit less useful. The higher you go, the lower your construction speed, just a heads up. So in the past, I would always tell everyone to go this because there was no downside. There is now. It lowers your construction speed, so be very careful with this. So we'll go for large civil service administration. And next, we're going to probably work on, I think, some corruption. If we protect our economy, it will be more beneficial. Absolutely. But the export market is where we could really thrive. We don't have to export to the West. We can focus entirely on our allies in the East, like China, Russia, and even places like Syria. So it doesn't necessarily mean we have to open up to the West. It just means we can cooperate further with our Eastern partners, which is very useful. Despite our ideology and our traditionalism, we would not be dumb. Iran understands that the modern world is one that export economies, especially with natural resources like Iran, can be very beneficial, in addition to the diplomatic benefits of exporting useful materials to your allies or friends like Russia and China. Are you gonna watch the World Cup? Fuck no, it's in Qatar. Fuck no, man. It's sad because America's actually in it, but dude, fuck Qatar. Fuck Qatar. Fuck that, man. I'm not watching that. I do really, you know, I'm more into football than I have been in my life right now, ironically, but I know it's meaningless to boycott an event, but I just wouldn't feel good doing it. I meant to ask earlier, but you were busy. Have you ever had Eastern European food? Yes, it's really good. If so, what should I look for? There's an Eastern European restaurant near me I've been meaning to try. Also, is kvass good? Never tried kvass. I couldn't say about that. Anything related to pork, Eastern Europe does really good. That's all I know. I'm not an expert on Eastern European food. All I know is like pork-related Eastern European dishes tend to be absolutely fucking fantastic. So, if you eat pork, something with that. The only sports worth watching are pro wrestling and marble sports. Marble sports is fun. Do you guys remember during COVID when like the marble fucking races were super popular on YouTube because everyone was bored as shit? Good fucking times, man. Well, besides the COVID and the social isolation and all that stuff, but we're gonna prioritize Fars versus Khuzestan. Let's look at where that's at. Can learn a bit of geography here too. Fars. Because I have no idea where the geography is here. Or are they cities? Maybe they're cities. What the fuck is Fars? Am I gonna have to go Google this shit? I swear to God. I have no Iranian geographic knowledge at all. It's just non-existent. I could have sworn there was a province called Fars. I clicked on it twice? I don't doubt that, but where did I click on it? There's Persia. Okay. There's Persia. Where the fuck is Fars? Near Qatar. Bear with me. Oh, it's Khuzestan. Okay, never mind. Khuzestan is the port down here, close to Iraq, and then Persia would be more in the interior. Persia has our nuclear reactor, actually. We'll go for Persia. We will prioritize Persia for the development and modernization of mines. This will further increase our trade relations with other countries. Actually, this is gas versus oil. Ooh, I can't say no to that oil. We're gonna go for Khuzestan. It will be a little strategically dangerous because it's close to Iraq, but it's hard for us to say no to oil when it is such a significant portion of our economy. All right, let's go ahead and raise our tax rate to try and offset the deficit spending we have right now. And we're gonna go ahead and lower, when we can, our pension spending as well. I'm gonna watch it, but fuck FIFA so much. You know what killed me is I saw something today about how like Qatar is gonna ban the sale of alcohol during the events, and that's what pissed off FIFA. Not the slave labor, not the sexism, not the homophobia. It's the alcohol sales. That's where FIFA draws their line. Great stuff. It is FIFA, to be fair. Those guys are so fucking corrupt and like just. Ugh. Ugh. What does our logistics look like? We have a deficit of APCs, IFVs, support equipment, ATGMs, small arms, main battle tanks. We have a very big surplus of utility vehicles. As such, I am going to go ahead and replace utility vehicles with IFVs. Well, we got a lot of artillery as well. That's really nice. Not enough to wage a serious war, but we have a good amount, which will be useful. Resource-wise, we extract 123 petroleum and a fair bit of steel as well. We're going to have another 10 petroleum by the time we're done with our recent investments into the Khuzestan region. It's going to be the last nationals for Messi and Ronaldo. That is the horrible part. It's their last real shot at major stuff. You've also got like the last real like era of the Belgium like fucking dream team too going in, so I don't know, man. I'm so conflicted. Qatar's the protector of freedoms. Ask gay people. I'm a teetotaler, and yeah, I also think that alcohol ban is dumb. Also, yeah, what FIFA gets mad about. It's fucking wild. I find the idea that selling alcohol at sports matches very stupid, creating the perfect situation for hooligans. Hooligans will happen at sports matches, especially for football, even with alcohol. Without alcohol, let's be honest. It does make it worse, but that's like saying a coring mechanic in HOI4 will make like HOI4 players paint the map. That's I can promise you that's not what's causing it. That it makes it worse, but that's not what's causing it, you know? Alright, we really do gotta cut the welfare. The welfare. 32 more political power than we can. Every time there's a WC World Cup, FIFA gets shit on for stirring stupid shit. I remember the Brazilian Cup. Yeah, because they're always doing horrible stuff. Immigrants in every Gulf countries. Yeah. Brazil is a very good team too, yeah. They've got a lot of really good young talent, but they always do, so. The waiting game of HOI4. Beautiful. I really want to go avoid going speed 5 though. Let's go ahead and set up our lines though, I didn't do that. We'll put all our motorized infantry on the border of Iraq. We're gonna put all of our tanks back in the mountains. We will put all of our special forces around our capital. And we will put all of our kind of semi-specialized forces in the eastern region. We want them to be able to respond very quickly to any very quick changes in Afghanistan. We're not going to put troops on the border. We don't want to be incendiary towards Afghanistan, but having a response team very, very close if we need it would be nice. Same cannot be said for Iraq. They're our enemies, so we don't really care what they think of us. Let's train our navies. We definitely have the oil for that, thankfully. How much oil are we actually exporting? That I'm curious about. Only 8. Only 8. It's going to Hezbollah. Now, if we could... I'm going to improve relations with China. We're going to prioritize them as being one of our biggest trade partners. And if we can export oil to them, we'll be in very good shape. So, we will improve relations. And then in the future, I'm going to try and get us a trade deal with them. And then if needed, I will also maybe send an operative there to bribe some of their officials to get us some trade deals. We'll see. The first war on terror? We should pass the US? Oh boy. Can I have context for the Iranian protests? You mean like why they're happening? Or what do you mean, USA man? Yeah, true. There is that, twins. When was the last time you played HOI4? Last time I streamed it was probably 3 or 4 weeks. It's probably been a month. Last time I played it myself was last night. I see no reason to do counter-terror, so we're gonna just close all of these. Doesn't particularly interest us. Joining the SCO in the future will be one of the bigger questions about what we want to do. Obviously, one of the new updates from Millennium Dawn is that research slots are now entirely based on GDP and GDP per capita. So you get more scientific research by basically more economic growth. So that's a really big feature. They got rid of all those focuses that gave research slots now. So Germany's no longer absolutely fucking broken with their, like, what, 13 research slots they had or something? That shit was absolutely ridiculous. Why they're happening? They're happening primarily to the response of like the authoritarian government. I mean, obviously Iran is very authoritarian and religious. There has been some, you know, obviously a lot of their laws are dictated upon Muslim Sharia law, such as, you know, obviously the requirement of wearing, you know, a headscarf or things to protect the face for women. A lot of women in Iran really don't like that. There's been a lot of pushback on that forever, really, in Iran. And that's been a big issue. There's a lot of just religious laws that the people of Iran don't really care for. And when they're broken, the government will literally either drag them away, the intelligence services, and beat them either really badly or to death, or just outright kill them. There were a couple like really public killings of I believe it was young women in Iran recently that really just sparked anger and protests and widespread pushback against the government. Which people, yeah, they show up. They're really just angry that, you know, obviously the government is so willing to just kill for such subjective things. It's been a long time coming from what I've seen, but it's really pretty cool to see, you know, people rising up like that. All right, Syria's asking for a debt bailout. They're a good friend of ours. They're asking for 15 billion. We can't afford that, so we're gonna say no. Unfortunately, let's go ahead and cut our will for spending. And then we'll go ahead and raise our tax rate. That's really not bringing us a lot of money though. We can't really cut any of these things. The only thing we could really raise right now is our population tax rate. So this is not the best of situations here economically. I'm doing really good, Nico. Good to see you. I'm doing very good. I hope you're doing well. The new research slot stuff is amazing. I agree. I really like it. It's very complex. It's basically a result of decades of repression, autocracy, and the ruling theocracy. Yeah. Who gave that quote? What was the fucking quote? I just read it in a book last night. Nothing happens for decades. Everything happens in weeks. Something like that. What's that fucking quote? It's a really good one. Nothing happens for years or decades. Everything happens in weeks. The idea being there are just long periods of time people get angrier and angry and more resentful towards governments and for ideologies. And really you see political and economic changes happen very quickly. Things reach a melting point, people get fucking sick and tired, and things happen very quickly and very radically, which is what we're seeing in Iran. It's not that this is a new thing. It's been building up there for a long time. It's just when stuff like that happens, it happens very quickly. What is that quote, man? That's gonna piss me off. Alrighty, we're done with this. We're gonna work on the NIOC next. The National Iranian Oil Company is a state-owned company of Iranian oil and gas which operates in the field of exploration, production, transmission, marketing, and sale of crude oil, natural gas, and gas condensate. We need to make it strong again for economic growth. We'll get PP, we'll get a sieve, and we'll lose more money, but gotta spend to gain money. Chile. Oh, you mean Chile? Yeah. Except China, which has been having zero COVID protests for weeks now. Also, the Chinese economy is in literal freefall. Yeah, China's in very bad shape right now. It's really bad. It's why they're considering radical actions like, you know, potentially involvement with Taiwan. A lot of people, I think, I won't rant too hard about this. A lot of people, I think that China's recent, basically, aggression and posturing towards Taiwan and Taipei is due to Ukraine. I think that's a small part of it. I think the main reason that we're seeing China be so aggressive towards Taiwan right now is China's really having drastic economic shortcomings and issues, such as the fall of Evergreen and the housing, real estate, and market bubble that is collapsing in China right now. And Taiwan is really just being used as a distraction, which, man, I hope they don't go too far with that to kind of offset internal issues. Can you explain the Chinese economy being bad in more detail? I'd really pin it down to two specific points. The first one is basically, what's the word? Making things look good in order to save face. The Communist Party and the Communist government, the CCP, generally speaking, expect very high results. They set very ambitious plans, they set very ambitious economic development plans, and they expect those to be met. There's a culture in China that is that if you are a local minister in a region or even a state, you're expected to fucking meet those quotas, and if you don't, it's gonna be pretty bad for you. As such, there's a bit of a culture in China of fudging the fucking numbers, making things look good when they're not really there, making economic progress and economic growth on paper, but not in reality. I could rant for days about how GDP is a fucking meaningless number, but I won't. But the point is that there's a lot of artificial nature in China's economy, and there's a lot of, as an outsider, it's hard to know how well China's economy is doing. inside China, I'd imagine it's even harder because they're not dumb. They know that that's happening. So it's like building a house. It's like building a house on a foundation that you have put contractors on and told them if it's not perfect, you're gonna beat them. And it needs to be done in a week. They might make it look better than it is and potentially cause the collapse of your house later on, right? The other big issue is how Chinese investment is done, how Chinese retirement is done, and just generally the real estate market of China. There's a lot of really good videos by people much smarter than me, and there's a lot of good readings on it that, again, are people much more eloquent and well-versed than me. But the basic premise of it is that people in China value real estate a lot. Owning land is a big deal, especially culturally after Mao killed all the landowners and the renters and stuff like that. Real estate is always, and land ownership has been a huge thing in any country, but especially in China culturally. As such, with the burgeoning middle class and people gaining more economic freedoms, obviously after the reforms of people like Deng and later on Jiang Zemin and stuff, and the opening up to Western markets, the creation of the special economic zones, and basically implementing capitalism in China, as people have a lot of extra money. They want to go for things like retirements, they want to do things like investments, and the way they do that is real estate. The problem with that is there's so much demand for real estate in China. Chinese companies, Chinese construction companies, Chinese investment groups and mutual funds and things like that, they couldn't keep up with the demand for real estate. As such, there was created a culture within China where basically companies that did investment, construction, and real estate would find ways to, on paper, show more construction, more real estate, and more economic growth for people who had vested interests, whether it's retirement savings or investments. The way that they did this, or some companies did this, notably, I think it's called Evergreen, which is really famous now for recently collapsing, is what they would do is they'd build whole cities that would never be used. I mean, I think we've heard for decades now, I will stop this rant in a minute, but this is interesting. I do want to talk about this. You've always seen those pictures and heard those stories about like whole cities in China's being built with no one in them, which is true. There's no one in them. But you could build a city in China that no one's ever going to be used and that'll be knocked down in 10 years. But on paper, the construction company and the investors could say that they have generated billions in dollars of real estate economic value. And this gets into the whole concept that, again, things like GDP and what we really choose to place value in is really superfluous at best. It's really transparent in it. It's really shaky. And what happens is companies in China, retirement savings, investments, whole companies will build up all this economic value, you know, for what the company is worth on nothing. To make matters worse, they would literally, in order to keep up with expected returns on investment or returns on, you know, retirement savings, they would take loans out. For example, like, let's say, again, like, let's go back to the metaphor. You build a city as a construction company in China. It will never be bought or used, but on paper, you have, let's say, a $5 billion stake in all the holdings there. You then go to Western markets, banks in China or even abroad, and say, hey, I have $5 billion in value in all of this stuff I constructed. We're a very successful company. I'd like to leverage that to take out a loan to build more. To a Western investor, that's great. It's like, oh, China is developing quickly. The economy is really moving fast. Sure, here's $250 million. What, it got even worse. I think it didn't even Evergreen do stuff like they would literally like start a construction project, not even fucking break ground, and put on paper that, let's say they were building a $100 million apartment complex in a city. They haven't even broke ground on it. They've planned it out. They said they're going to make it. They would put that on their books as value and as a holding, and then leverage something that hasn't even been made to basically do more. The idea being is that there is so much demand for real estate, so much demand for return on investment on property investments by Chinese culture, which is very popular, that companies, along with the culture of China, which is very okay with faking things to make it look better than it is, has built a giant economy and massive businesses built on fucking nothing. And I'm going to stop myself about ranting about how a lot of Western institutions are the same. That's a very necessary but dangerous concept, but in China it's debilitating. So what happened is there would be all these leveraged assets through banks and stuff like that, and their actual assets and holdings would be very small. So I think, wasn't it like 3 or 4 months ago, a lot of people in China got wise to this. A lot of them had retirement savings and stuff in these companies, which is, I think, really eerily reminiscent of 2008 in America, right? With a housing bubble, which was actually built on real stuff, not fake value to a degree. They started going to banks and demanding to pull out a bunch of their money, which, I mean, if you know anything about history, run on banks is a bad thing, right? Banks generally, even the ones that operate properly, will only have a certain amount of assets liquidated that they can give back to people. Most banks and investment companies have the majority of their assets and value leveraged into projects, investments, and stuff like that, which you can't just instantly liquidate to pay people, right? So what resulted from that is the Chinese government deployed the military in a lot of places in China, and several companies, notably I think Evergreen, has collapsed because people realized what it was. We only give value to things in the modern world that we choose to give value in, and a lot of things are fake, and as soon as you realize what it is, we choose to not give them the value that they have anymore, right? So it's resulted in a dramatic collapse of a lot of major businesses in China. Xi Jinping and the CCP government reacted to that initially, at least, was saying basically, they caused this, it's their own fault, we're gonna let them fall. That made matters worse. So it's kind of gotten out of control. They've gotten more involved with kind of like trying to, I think, prop up some of these companies last time I checked, but that's a whole other issue. All right, that was a long rant, but it is a really important and interesting topic, so there you go. Evergreen's one of those like investment banks I just talked about that does like those construction investments and stuff like that. They were infamous for doing that to an extreme degree, and most of their value and most of their stockholder, or I don't even know if it's a stockholder, most of the value that they would give back to their investors and people who put money in their bank was built on nothing. So that got figured out. It collapsed. One of many groups that are kind of doing that in China. I hope I gave you a good understanding of that. I find it to be pretty interesting. It's very important in the modern world for a lot of reasons. Nobody lives in those houses. It's not because they are fake. It's because people buy them as an investment. Yes, and then they don't live in them, and people can't either afford to actually live in them and buy them, or there's just too many to really be utilized. Yes, thank you, Mage. What's the economic deal with foreign companies who invest in China if China kept liberalizing? Yes, in like the 90s and the 2000s. They don't really care anymore. China has 3 big problems from Taiwan conflict right now. They have rapidly collapsed economic sectors, true. Their army is modeled after Russia, and they see how useless it is with Russia right now, and Taiwan's own microchip industry, which China needs for its high-tech weapons. All very true, Escova. After the conservatives took power, they imposed a lot of rules which make investors go away. So, just to explain that very briefly. Oh boy. Yeah, I am ranting. We will get back to the game, I apologize, but I want to reiterate, this stuff is pretty important. What was I about to rant about? I was about to rant. Yeah, the conservatives. So in China, the conservatives doesn't mean what you think. The conservatives are the hardliner communists, like the people who agree with like the core tenets of Maoism and Maoist doctrine, which it is a form of communism. It's more, it has many of its own beliefs, but they're the hardliner communists. When you say conservatives in China, you mean like old school Maoist believers. So, oh boy, I'll stop in a minute, I promise. When Jiang Zemin, I think it was, lost power in the mid-2000s, there was basically a struggle for party leadership in China. China's a one-party country. The CCP are in charge. There's only one party, it's the communist. But, much like any one-party state, there are factions within it that all vie for power and have different interests and values. There were the more, shall we say, liberal ones, which obviously would have been for the policies like opening up turning to capitalism, implementing a lot of basically just market reform, integrating into the global market, joining the WTO, things like that. And then there's the conservative hardliners who believe that's all a mistake. China has betrayed the core tenets of Maoism and the founding of modern China, the communist values, and that they need to go back more towards the old-styled like command economy, basically, stuff like that. And as such, they've implemented a lot of things that are really, I mean, really just honestly mercantilistic, if we're being honest, and have resulted in not investor flight from China, but it's made China much less appealing for investment compared to like Asian tigers, like Taiwan, Singapore, developing regions with cheap labor like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, even like Myanmar, for example. But there's still so many vested interests between Western corporations and China that neither party can really entirely disentangle at this point. They're having a population crisis. Some experts say that by 2100, China will have half the population. Yes, true. The quote on Marie Antoinette was an actual historically what happened seeing Hammurabi when bread prices were high, the bakers reduced costs of brioche to make money. China is debt trapping poor countries and feeding themselves out of the country's resources. True, I'm not going to even rant on that. Did the Chinese mafia buy PPE during COVID, shipping it to China where China could resell it? Possibly. I didn't read about that, Nico. Sorry that this was just an answer to someone using her as an example as one sentence causing revolution. Yes, maybe it was Marie Antoinette who said that. It was, I don't remember the quote. They halt production, make a very mistake because China's economy depends on production. They produced cheap and a lot. They're trying to transition to a more less like basic good and more like specialized good economy. It's not going very well. Tankies, yeah, more complex than that, but Chinese conservatives would be more along the line of like the Chinese version of tankies to a degree, except they love Mao instead of Stalin and Lenin, right? So China has a collapsing food industry, back-to-back disastrous harvests have imported enormous amounts of food that they can't afford to pay for. Yep. There are some communists that believe China is a socialist, who believe they are imperialist, while others don't. Zero COVID policy is a very big mistake. Yes, it was, in hiding stuff. I did read a lot of chat. All right. Anyway, this is an Iran game. We're gonna go back to playing. I did want to talk about it. It's a really interesting subject. It's one of those topics I believe most people should understand, whether you work at a fucking McDonald's or whether you're a foreign policy advisor to President Biden. You should understand that. Anyway, Mossad Solomon oil. I'm going to butcher this again. Mossad Solomon oil field is one of the oil fields of Iran, which is located in the Mossad Suleiman city in Khuzestan province and in the southwest of Iran. The field was discovered in 1306 and is known as the first and oldest oil field in the Middle East. Really? Didn't know that. That's cool. Huh. Interesting. It is right next to all that Kuwaiti oil and that Iraqi oil, so it makes sense. A lot of oil fields around here. So many oil fields. You did redeem the video request. That's true. What did you request? Let's take a look. Site cannot be reached. Ponty, site cannot be reached. If the pheasants can't afford bread, let them eat cake. It wasn't the only straw that broke the camel's back, but it was the historical precedent. Yep, it was the catalyst. So how did the midterms go? I heard that the Republicans are in the House, the Democrats won the Senate. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Republicans certainly, I would say, won on the face of things. It's much more complicated than that. Yes, they're gonna get me ranting again, I swear to God. The really big takeaway from the midterm is that Trump has lost almost all his influence in the Republican Party, at least the mainstream part of it. Voters are very disenfranchised with him given everything recently, and that he's kind of in the twilight of his era. Probably. Could be wrong about that. Most of the candidates that he pushed really hard, all the Trumpsters, all the election deniers, with a few exceptions, lost. It was not the victory the Republicans expected and wanted. They didn't do as well as they expected, but they did win. They got House, but Democrats did get the Senate. So it's, I don't know. On like the battlefield, level, the Republicans won. On the war level, the Democrats won. I would say, it's interesting. It's an election that I think will be studied by political scientists for a very long time for many reasons, in terms of just how important this era really is politically in American history, but particularly how it really created a split in the Republican Party and how the economic woes of the United States are really just coming to the forefront of politics again. So it's interesting. Two-party state, yes indeed. Oh, increased consumer confidence. Wonderful. We're in fast growth now. It appears that our recent attempts by the Iranian government to build up foreign exports and develop an industry domestically are proving to be very useful, and the Iranian people are liking it. It's great to see. Sent the video over Discord. Alrighty. Oh, you're Benjamin. I didn't realize that's who you were. This is 22 minutes. Before I start watching it for requested videos, I will watch up to 5 minutes of a video. I'll go past it if I'm interested. What 5 minutes of the video do you want me to watch? There's still a lot of MAGA fervor, so it isn't over. Yeah, his base is still riled up as hell, but they're not really the majority of the Republican Party. They're a good chunk of it. If you've seen the recent polls, he's losing to DeSantis in the Republican primary quite handily. A lot of polls have DeSantis winning by 5 to 10 points right now, so It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, Democratic governors did really well. Maoist doesn't actually hate Stalin or Lenin. Maoist isn't a replacement for Marxist-Leninists. No, it's not. It's just a slightly different version of it. It's really, there's not, at least in the core ideology, a lot of major differences. The core one is that regular, like, Marxist-Leninists believe the popular uprising, the proletariat, will come from the industrial worker class, whereas Maoists believe it will come from agrarian farmers and the agrarian populace. Co-respected, that's why it's called Marxist-Leninism, Maoism. Yep, they all just, they're all very similar in core ideology. It's just a lot of nuanced differences. When will America have a Green Party? Never. I've been to their organizing meetings. They're never going to be anything. Do you think Trump will split the Republican Party? Absolutely. Maoism is peasant communism, meanwhile Soviet one is urban communism. Exactly, Mage. I was under the impression that Trump can't run for office even if he wants to because he's the target of at least one criminal investigation. No, you have to be convicted. If you're being investigated, you can run. You just have to be convicted. If you're convicted, you can't run for a felony. If you're being investigated, you can. Sudan asked for a bailout. We cannot afford that given the dangerous deficit spending of our government, so we're going to say no. Export focus. While it is true that our economy is strong, but that is not enough. We can generate a lot more profit and reap the benefits by focusing on exporting our goods to the international market. We'll get political power, stability, and we'll remove Midro. We'll improve our relationship with our business class. We'll get a 15% increase to trade deal factor, which is really important for an exporter like us. And we get more export revenue, which is very useful. That's not permanent, but it will help in the short term for our economy. Let's go ahead and raise our population tax rate. Getting closer. They actually believe that Maoism is the only orthodox Marxist/Leninist policy. Yeah, the conservative hardliners, yes. I have a challenge for you. Open Twitter and follow politics over there. I won't see how long you last. No. No. I'm good. Thank you, though. At the 5-minute mark of the video would be nice. All right, cool. We'll take a little break. You're interrupting one of my favorite fucking songs I put in this playlist. God damn it. I'm gonna have to replay it now. Even though it was only almost over. I don't have a... Let me see. I think I'll need to go to window capture. And then... aha! There we go. Alrighty. At the 5-minute mark, you said. Let me know if you guys can hear it really well.
Debt just paying for the sponsor. So as a result, they're just trapped. They have to work. When it came to the actual contract, wages were significantly less than promised. Overtime was also required and didn't result in any extra incentive. And oftentimes payments would be delayed or even sometimes not even come at all. And then you had the living conditions, which were appalling.
It's talking about Qatar, obviously.
Residing in these cramped, dirty,
who
unsafe
used slave labor to build a lot of what...
We are living here in Qatar, Doha.
Macwell? Never heard of him.
This place is very dirty smelling. The life we are living here is hell.
But the most talked about issue amongst all of this would be the working conditions.
This has been going on for a long time too. It's not like this is a new thing. I'm sure they got a lot more workers to deal with the needs of constructing what you need for a World Cup, but all the Gulf states have been using this kind of thing for decades, potentially forever, really, in different forms.
India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka had died in Qatar.
That's pretty terrifying.
Did have the ability to report to the authorities.
There's a lot of modern slavery that we really just ignore because we name it different things.
Made that nearly impossible. However, in 2020, Qatar introduced reforms to combat workers' rights violations. Workers could now change jobs without permission from their employer. There is also now a new minimum monthly wage. Now, in the video,
he harassed the Danish reporter on what's going on. Oh, I'm sure.
Strictly enforce these new
didn't the Qatar put out like a statement saying that America is like racist against them? Like if I've kidnapped someone and put them in my basement and the police show up and are like, hey, we know you've got someone in your basement and they don't want to be there. If I just call them a racist, I mean,
Have they?
doesn't mean much.
Not really. There's
You
been
know?
improvements, but very little. Qatar have a long way to go. Thousands of
Not
workers
that's true at all. The guy I have in my basement wants to be there, so just to clarify that.
There are still many workers who are trapped in their jobs because employers are using their powers to cancel visas, renew residence permits, and report workers for trying to secretly leave. The working conditions also haven't improved at all. I mean, it wasn't really listed in the reforms. Migrant workers are still out there.
He's got a Jeremy Lin
14 to
fucking shirt.
18-hour days
Oh,
with
man.
really no days off. But if we're talking
Jeremy
more about
Lin.
the reforms, the
He was
wages
good for, like,
haven't
what,
really
3
improved
weeks?
Either. They're still
For the
being
Knicks?
delayed, and oftentimes, yes, still migrant workers are not being paid at all. In fact, recently, reports were coming out about how migrants were being forced home way sooner than their contracts had stated. Some were expecting 2 years of work when they only got 10 months. And with that, they lose a lot of their promised salary, are left jobless, and in fear that they won't be able to support their families.
It's our cultural
And
respect
on
that
the
they
topic of
said.
wages, by the way,
I know
even
they
if
put out a statement
are
about
paid,
racism though,
is
but yeah, I mean,
criminally low. The monthly
again,
minimum
that's like again, the South and the American Civil War going, our cultures to enslave other human beings. Again, not really a good excuse for what you're doing. I could say my culture is to go on murderous rampages in public spaces. Again, I know I'm using a very extreme, useless thing here, but like, it's just such a silly fucking thing to say, you know? It's
minimum wage in Qatar is 1,000 Qatari riyal. Keep in mind
that
this
would
is a
condone
monthly wage,
if
so
you
they
can
are
condone
earning
slavery with your
almost
culture, you
$9
can
a
condone
day.
anything
Now,
of your
take into
culture. It's just
consideration that
absolutely
Qatar is one
batshit
of
that
the
they're going
richest
with that.
countries in the
Of
world
all
when
the
it comes to
defenses
GDP
Qatar could have
per
gone
capita.
for,
By
I
no
mean,
means, though, is minimum wage
damn.
just a Qatari problem. It is an everywhere problem. But when it comes to Qatar,
I was trying to figure out what you guys were talking about. Forgot the big soccer
USD
tourney coming up.
is
Yep, World Cup.
despicable. Now back to the topic of worker deaths for a second. Hassan al-Thawadi has repeatedly made it clear that the Guardian's report of 6,500 migrant workers is wrong. Instead, it was just 3 worker-related deaths. He's even gone as far as to say that the report counts the deaths of all migrants throughout the last decade. What he says in these claims is misinformation. Blatant lies to save face. A lot of his evidence comes from the death certificates and how not many list a work-related death as the actual cause. However, Qatar's death certificates are incredibly vague due to them not really conducting meaningful investigations. So what we're left with are descriptions like natural causes or cardiac arrest. Cardiac arrest, by the way, is as a result of overwork and extremely hot temperatures. It's not like the migrant workers are
No, they really
predominantly
don't.
in their 50s and 60s.
It's all a
lot of
prestige
them
thing.
range around 20
Prestige
to
is so
30 years
important
old.
for
I'm
those
just
Gulf
saying,
countries.
20-year-olds don't just drop
It's
dead
all
of a
just
heart
like a
attack
dick
out of
measuring
random.
contest for
There are
those royal
also
families.
arguments that al-Thawadi is not part
That's
of the
really, I
Qatari
mean, like
state,
that's what
when in
Dubai
fact,
is.
he's part of a
Like,
key
I don't
government
understand people. I
institution
mean,
who's
like,
leader as its chair.
I know there
Not
are
to
a few
mention,
cool
as
things in
seen
Dubai,
on the
but most people
recent
who go to
Rant
Dubai,
documentary,
it's the
Qatar's
same thing
government
as
is
the
still
people who own it.
using
It's
those
just
camps
a
for
fucking dick
journalists they
measuring
know
contest
are
of your
coming to
wealth
the
and
country.
power,
Camps that present maybe less than 1%
which
of the
some people, I
migrant
guess, find value
workforce
in, but
clean conditions.
if it results in things like this, there's a fucking problem.
तुमको जो यहाँ पे accommodation मिला है कैसा है ठीक है अच्छा है खुश हो nice
It's nice.
yes
You can literally see in this guy's eyes and body posture, he doesn't mean that shit at all. Now back to the 6,500 figure. Al-Thawadi says that that's wrong. And he's correct. It's actually more, because these are only reports from South Asian countries. We are still yet to see reports from countries like Kenya and the Philippines. But if you're someone who is challenging that number for the fact that it is fake news and that the number is much less, this isn't just coming from a random article on the internet. The evidence is from actual embassy reports proving these numbers. And if you need more numbers, according to the International Labor Organization, which is a UN agency that works to improve labor conditions all across the world, 500
UN
workers were
statistics should
severely
always be
injured
taken
while
with a grain of
50
salt, though.
died in
I've noticed this, some YouTubers and even researchers, which blows my mind, will act like UN statistics are always true. The UN is a very political body. Most people choose to ignore that. The UN's data and UN statements should always be heavily taken with a grain of salt. I'm not saying that what they put out is illegitimate. A lot of it is the best sources on data you can get, but they are a political body, and you should always be careful of UN statistics. Just saying.
2020 alone. This is after the
Those dumb
report.
artificial islands
Also,
completely
I'm
empty
just
with port
saying, if you're
transport.
telling
Yep,
your vessel
exactly
to
like
tell
that.
federations to avoid politics during the tournament, I don't know. That just sounds like you're hiding something. When you look at some of these stadiums, you can actually sometimes see the
Listen,
skyline. Of
I know
Qatar's insanely
6,500
rich
people
cities, and it's
died
grim
to make
even
this
think
happen,
about, because
but it's
while
not the
workers
time
were
to get
killing
political.
themselves, they would often
All right, we'll stop here. I mean, it's all true, but it's self-evident. I mean, yeah, terrifying stuff, man. And again, and that's why I'm so conflicted, because I'm in a phase right now. I really do like football. I've gotten really back into it and stuff like that. Not that the team I support will ever be good, but I really would like to watch the World Cup. But also, it's like, I know if I'd be watching those games, every 10 seconds, I'll just be thinking about what happened to get that there, you know? It sucks. I want to enjoy the World Cup, but I don't know if I can. There's truth and lies, statistics lie somewhere in between. Exactly, Storm. True. Most things are like that. You should always take things with a grain of salt, but there are more legitimate sources than others. But absolutely. Nothing is ever completely true. I mean, even with statistics, there's always statistical error. You know, has caused some pretty horrendous issues. If you look at history and just general governmental, economic, political, and any policy choice, you will find decisions are absolutely riddled with mistakes, because good leaders, especially modern leaders, makes policy choices off of historical data and evidence for the most part, not always. And oftentimes you will get leaders who are given advice by the policymakers and advisors who will give them either data or historical studies and data or outlooks that have statistical errors, and that has resulted in many dramatic policy mistakes and overlooks. So you got to know how to balance things. Some people ignore hard science, policy, statistics, and data. Some people act like it is fucking holy scripture. You got to realize that every piece of information you're given when making a decision should be viewed as only probably true, to a degree. Anyway, everything is 100% neutral because it's impossible. He does vids on history and big football clubs and does touch on a historical quality football channel. Yeah, he very well spoken. Good editing too. Solid channel. West tries to be good with neutral countries, but growing tensions will never make it happen. Depends how the West adapts to the modern world. They haven't really shown what they're gonna do yet. Everything I say is true. Well, shit. You're on the internet, so of course I believe you. Now, the one exception to that is if someone on the internet tells you something, it's always true. Have you ever met someone on the internet that's lied to you? I haven't. I know that the world is a giant flat disc. I learned it on the internet. I know that Donald Trump is still president of the United States and run things from Mar-a-Lago. The internet told me. I mean, it's never given me a wrong opinion, you know? It's just basic things like that. You gotta understand it. It's important. Early Millennium Dawn. Sitting here and waiting for focuses to complete. We're gonna use the spy agency once we get some more agents, though. Which I could be doing now. We're gonna offset some of our civs, but we would prioritize our cybersecurity and our just general agency more than a lot of other things as I ran, so let's work on overseas recruitment centers. No Earth is a donut with a photographic proof. Really? Well, that must be true, so you're right. One of my favorite YouTube quotes is, "Trust me on this, I'm on the internet." Exactly. If Elon Musk says it, it's gotta be true. I mean, he's the richest person, right? Also true. Just, again, tons of wisdom as always. You don't like to run the game on 5 speed? I'll do it a little bit. I like to be a little careful of going on really high speed, Felipe, because I find that I will miss things a lot and make less good decisions and not react to things as well. What I'll do is we'll put it on 5 speed and I'll just pause it for things that I want to. That's how I play in single player anyway, and I think we all do. So we'll go with that. I don't want to bore y'all too much on myself. Let's take a look at our economy. Corruption is doing a lot to impact our income right now, actually. 25%. I'd like to get it down, it's just so expensive. So we'll have to prioritize just simple taxation for now. Oh, it's 60 PP each. That's interesting. It used to be 50. A stranger said Ronald Reagan will be the next president. I trust him with my heart. It makes sense, especially for RP. Yeah, I'm in the habit, honestly. Did you know the Confederation won the Civil War? They didn't want you to know that. Well, this must be true. More Chinese infrastructure? That never comes with strings, so we'll accept. more taxes. We're getting closer to balancing the budget. I do want to avoid going for minimal subsistence subsidies, though. We could have a potential revolt on our hands if we don't give people the bare necessities that they need in terms of welfare, so we are going to keep that, though it is very expensive. There's nothing else we can really cut besides education, which really wouldn't even garner us that much money. Might be worth just saving up for an economic boom, but it's so expensive. We'll just have to compensate with the tax rate, and a little bit probably more on the corporate tax rate too. I want to commit tax evasion, don't we all? The question is, do you think you're good enough to get away with it? That's the real question. Hangurg, are you good enough? Are you smart enough? Are you careful enough to get away with tax evasion? Riddle me that. Trans-Alboras pipelines. As part of the proposed natural gas pipeline to transfer Iranian gas from the Persian Gulf to European markets, the EGAT-1 gas line, which runs between Rasht and Tabriz, needs to be upgraded to allow for increased use until the completion of the IGAT-9, which would directly connect the South Pars gas field to European markets via Turkey. So, we are going to work on getting more exports to Western markets. We're really just going to profit off of them, and it would be useful for us strategically, because if we get Europe reliant on our natural gas through pipelines, we have a pretty big card to play. There's been something recent that relates to that. I can't think of what it is though, but I think there's something going on recently related to that concept. By the way, Hamu, me and Shab were playing Campaign Trail and nearly won the 2020 election as Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders as our VP. That's so fucking cursed, dude. Why should I be good at it? Is it illegal? Very illegal here if you're poor. What do you think about Kurt's deals with China after tensions with Russia? Who? Kurt who, Viking? What are you, when you are not role-playing, is there an outlook or ideology you usually play more often? In base HOI4 Millennium Dawn, Felipe. What's the difference between natural gas and oil? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I know they're used for very different things. Natural gas is, I believe, used primarily in heating. I know that. Whereas oil is, even when refined, much more, I think, combustible. I'm sure I sound like an idiot to anyone who knows right now. I believe natural oil, when it's refined, crude oil to natural, like to refined oil, is more combustive, so it's used for things like car engines, fuel generation, and things like that. Whereas natural gas is, I think, much less reactive. I'm a humanities major, please don't put me on a cross for this. And as such, it's primarily used for things like heating, which require less energy. Someone correct me if I'm almost certainly wrong. Oh, fuck! Saeed Shahriari has been captured by the fucking Saudis. Saudi counterintelligence picked them up. God damn it. We don't have any agents we can send him to rescue him either, so he's gonna die in a Saudi prison. Can we get him to rescue himself? That'd be pretty cool. That's basically just breaking out of prison. You are wrong, but it's not really important. Yeah, it's natural gas and oil is a liquid. Well, yeah, but I mean, in terms of what they're actually used for. President Drake, he's gonna rescue himself, true. Less emissions when you use it, still not the best energy source. But in terms of uses, like natural gas, I thought was like, it can be used for less energy heavy things than refined oil, I think. This is a Mitsubishi model of mini nuclear self-contained capsule. Can't wait for that. He actually, our spy carried a gun in his prison pocket, so he's gonna break out of jail here, hopefully. Up that tax rate to 30%, and then up the corporate tax rate. Oh man. That's not that great. We're not running much of a deficit anymore. But it's also not fantastic. We need more income. Well, we're going to make some Western export, hopefully, relationships here pretty soon. And with that, we can find ways to hopefully compensate for our debt currently. We're deficit splitting to basically build up our civilian consumer markets and our resource markets for export, which is a little bit risky. Especially out of roleplay in this game, because, you know, AI don't like to buy things. See if we can recruit another spy. George Bush is elected. Yes, he is. George W. is in power. That means Iraq is definitely getting invaded. German Chancellor Kurt is becoming more sympathetic to China. Oh, Kurt Schultz. And made some more deals with the tensions with Russia. What do you think? He seems like the kind of dude who has no political fucking balls. So he'll make deals with China if it gives him short-term benefits, which is disappointing. He seems like a very weak leader. He's a very disappointing heir to Merkel. International tomfoolery. Oh boy. Majority of energy generation is done by turbines. Water gets heated, spinning turbines to get energy. Different fuel generates different side products. Natural gas, oil, and coal different for environment. I got you, okay. I would like to commit some galactic shenanigans. Wouldn't we all? The highest nationality in here is Canadian. Really? God damn. It was very late. I streamed at 10. I tend to stream a little bit earlier when the Euros aren't all in bed. I thought with overseas recruitments, you had a decision to recruit more of them. Ooh. Oh no, we are getting a number one. Okay. We're going to keep recruiting more overseas recruitment centers. Begin negotiations. To begin construction of our pipeline to Europe, we must first negotiate with the governments whose territories we will be constructing and laying pipes in. We can either build them through Iraq or Turkey, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Greece. We're going to go through Anatolia. We do not want to cooperate with Iraq. Although Syria is our ally and it would be nice to cooperate with them, we'd have to build pipelines through Iraq, which we're just not going to do. So we're going to go up around through this area is what we'll do instead. What's it, Orange? Connecticut here. You tend to stream in the toilet. I hope that is a lucrative hobby for you. Imagine being at bed at like 10 p.m. I mean, if you got a work night or a school night, it can be like that, you know. Or it can be like me. I got to bed at 6 a.m. last night. I have a really good fucking book I've been reading. I've really got back into reading lately. It's kind of ridiculous. I've been reading like 3 books a week. 3 or 4. It's kind of crazy right now. I don't know what it is. But anyway, there's this really good book I've been reading, and I just could not put that shit down. You know how it is when you're reading a book in the evening and you're just so fucking focused on it, and then like you look at the clock and you're like, what the fuck? For me, it was like that, because it was like 1 or 2 a.m. I was like, okay, I got some more time. You know, I'm doing fine. I got really focused on the book. I look at my phone, it was 5 a.m. and I was like, well, shit. And I tried to get to sleep and I couldn't because I was thinking about what I was reading. Long story short. Very, very late night. Okay, who do we want to recruit? Go for Mohammed. We're gonna send him into Saudi Arabia to get our boy, what's his fucking name? To get our boy Saeed out of prison. What the fuck's a book? It's just like plant fiber, basically, with some weird things on it. Through Anatolia. Following the original plan, constructing the EGOT 9 towards the city of Bezirgan on the border with Turkey through the Zagros and Anatolian mountains. While difficult due to terrain, will be the most direct way of reaching European markets, even if it is not the most practical or cost-efficient route. Yeah, we're not working with Iraq. This game, we are just straight up incredibly hostile to them. We're going to maintain that. They're our blood enemies. Besides Saudi. And Israel. And the US. And Europe. And Kuwait. And the UAE. And the Kurds. And Turkey a little bit. Yeah. We've got great diplomatic relations with our neighbors. What's your opinion on the full Earth game so far? I've been pretty happy with it. I'm a little worried about some things in it, but if they get dealt with, I'm fine with it. I've just been very worried about just fucking war gaming, but I haven't seen a lot of it, so I've been happy with that. Nerd. What the fuck you talking to, son? I would remind you that you are in a Twitch chat watching a Hearts of Iron streamer right now playing Millennium Dawn, so I think a look in the mirror is warranted, sir. Just saying. Absolutely. Alright, he is Bashir. Bashir also took power. Good, we can work with him. I learned things via absorption. Just touch a book long enough and you will acquire knowledge. That'd be fucking nice if you could do that. This is how you become a pariah state. Yes, it is. Have you seen the best CK3 mod that just came out? Abso-fucking-lutely, Elder Kings. We're starting a multiplayer roleplay game of that a week from today. I'm going to be playing the King of Whiterun, King Torrig, so. And I'm going to have all my fucking vassals as players, so that's going to be a fucking interesting one. Heads up. Yeah, I've been playing it in single player too, it's really fun. What's going to be your approach to Afghanistan? Just wait to see who wins and deal with them then. 2 monitor supremacy, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Need to go some more water. Alright. I want to keep a close eye on this operation. 12 days. Oh my god, we're in an economic boom. Iran is just economically flourishing right now. The export choice was a good one. We are opening up to friendly markets. We're going to get the Europeans reliant on our natural gas exports. Things are looking pretty good. European Union energy agreements. Now that the route has been planned, we can confirm the deal we had pending and perhaps search for more potential buyers on the continent. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Skyrim, goddamn right, Zodi. Yeah, there's a Skyrim scenario next Friday. We've still got slots available. I think there's already like 18 or 19 player signups for it. It's gonna be a pretty big game. Saeed, the best economist? Yeah, Elder Scrolls mod. I'm not reading that. I made that joke today. I experimented with these like 3 weeks ago. We'll go Blue Water. I want to build a really big navy as Iran. You're going to Hammerfell. Hammerfell's my favorite place to play in Elder King's 1. I always played in Hammerfell or Skyrim. Really just those two, to be honest. Yeah. Who RPs anyway? Mega nerds, that's who. Collapsing housing crisis event is so damn annoying. It is. It happens too often, but it is a relevant event that does happen frequently. We'll grab some water. I'll be right back. Put this down on. I'll just pause it. I don't trust this game not to start a war while I'm gone. Always when I get up and move that it gets so much fucking colder, I swear. We succeeded. All right. Saeed has been broke out of prison in Saudi Arabia. That is wonderful. All right, so what's happening right now is once Saeed Shahriari returned home, obviously he got burnt in Saudi Arabia. However, he is a very, very good spy. He's a web of lies weaver. Really just effective guy. We could keep him here in Iran and get him to build up a domestic spy network in Iran. However, what we're going to do is purchase very expensive plastic surgery to get his entire face changed, which will probably take a month, and then we're going to send him back to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's what we're going to do instead. Iran is very good at plastic surgery, so it'll be fun. Lots of stream. I want to see you play Castle Volcar. The Skyrim vampires are the great hosts run by Rada El Saran from the Elder Scrolls. Both are in the game. They are. I do want to do a vampire game at some point, but for this one, I really want to do Whiterun. They've got a very diplomatic, frail king, which will be fun to RP, so. And I've got 2 players who are going to be playing the head of the Greymane and the Greymane and Battleborn families, so also going to be very fun. I'm only registered to every single RP session in the server. Yeah, that's what I did. There you go. Self-reflection is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Has a headache law? Nah. No. It'll be entertaining is what it'll be. Jesus Christ, we got 3 more signups for that game. This is gonna be a good one. God, I hope it doesn't break, man. I'm really looking forward to this Elder Kings game. Oh, yeah. Renegotiate contracts. The current contracts we have with foreign oil companies concerning use of our oil and gas fields are unfairly skewed to those companies' advantage. To ensure our own prosperity, we must renegotiate the contracts with these companies and perhaps even give exclusive rights to other companies. Seemed like a reasonable thing to me. Yeah, Skyrim's fantastic, Zodi. This is before the families hate each other for a couple thousand years. Bold to assume that won't happen within the first session, Faceless. Very fucking bold assumption, I must say. I wish I had your confidence. I don't. They're gonna be rivals so fucking quick. Especially with the friends and foes fucking events, I swear. Our agent died. You know what I didn't realize just now? When Saeed got broken out of jail, he successfully got away, but our like recently recruited agent died getting him out of jail. Like one of our spies literally died to get this dude out of jail. I just realized what happened. Fucking Saudis, I swear. This is before the Septim Empire. Yeah, it's the Second Age. It's before Tiberius Septim. It's before the Dragonborn. Obviously, the Nords could use the Thu'um, but like there were no Dragonborn yet. The continent where the humans came from to the north of Skyrim is actually still inhabited by humans and giants, supposedly during this time period, before the frost completely consumed it as well. It's a really interesting time period. All right, well, we need to replace our lost agent. Let's take a moment of silence for our lost spy. This is good enough. All right. Well-groomed, safecracker, seducer. And then you see his face. Fair. He's actually really good. He has a high infiltration effectiveness, which is really nice. We have Zheng Zhu. She would be really good domestically. But we don't need a domestic person. We've got Rizei, who's a web of lies and a oh man. She is good. We'll recruit her. She is absolute top tier. I'm gonna send her to build a network over there as well. We're gonna be more careful. We've learned from our recent mistakes, so we're gonna quietly build our networks this time. There were dragonborn since human creation. Most just aren't recorded before Mirak, and either way Mirak was in the first era. Really? They just weren't known. I guess that makes sense. I thought Tiber Septim was the first one. Yeah, well, the legend goes Kine gave it to them. Parthenax or Alduin were also potentially ones who gave it to them. During enslavement, yeah. The Age of the Dragons. There's still they added the dragon worship, like the dragon priest religion to the mod, and there's a couple of them actually in the game. I think we got one of the players who's going to go for them too. Be interesting. All right, we're just continuing to work on our domestic economy. We have gotten a new type of small arms. We're actually very cutting edge when it comes to small arms. That's not true. I thought it was 2002. It's just the make. This is literally almost 20 years old. Never mind. Ignore what I said. Scrub is fun, and why can I not marry Carlia? I don't know. I know so much Elder Scrolls War is ridiculous. There's a lot of it. Parthenax is a Giga Chad. Goddamn right. Telling Alduin to go fuck himself. The Nightingale. So the empire in the game is probably the Longhouse Empire. No, it's after it was divided. There is like no like legitimate emperor. That's like the whole like setting for the start Zodi. It's during like just like post the breakup of one of the empires. I did choose a really good start date. I really do like it. I'll go back to speed 5 as well. We are running a surplus, so we can actually start paying off our debt and getting that interest rate now. We only went into 277 billion in debt to develop a surplus economy and grow our economy fairly significantly. So very, very successful, I'd say. All right, do we want to negotiate with the Royal Dutch Shell or the French? The Dutch would give us 5 oil production. They'd increase trade relations with the UK, and we lose 5 billion. The French would give us a synthetic refinery, a fuel reserve, relationship trade deal with France, and give French influence over us. I will actually do this. We'll do polls for this. So all of you are oil independents and economic oil advisors to the Iranian government right now. Congrats. Who are we negotiating with? Who are we working with? Connect Goksuran. The city of Goksuran, also known as Dogon Baden, in the Kogilia of Boyar Ahmed province, is one of the main heart of energy resources in the world. Well, more than 1/4 of the oil in Iran is exported to all over the world from its county alone. Connection of the city to the main road and rail network of Iran would prove useful in providing direct access to the ports in which Goksuran's oil is sent out. We'll work on some infrastructure while the economic advisors confer as to our renegotiation of oil contracts for the West. Are you running any sub-mods? No. So the empire of the game is probably the Longhouse Empire. I have gained the national spirit butter chicken. What's up, Tingle? Sounds delicious. Are there doors in the Elder Scrolls? There were the Dwemer. They're all dead, though. Probably. Shell still to this day does things even worse than Nestle, so they are perfect. Yeah, Shell's pretty evil. All right, we have a surplus of our budget. I really want us to just run that. We can maintain the interest that we're paying on that. It's really not that much. So with our fleet of political power, I think The Iranian government is undergoing a anti-corruption campaign. I'm not just going to get this down to 0. That makes no sense. We'll do one of these like every couple of years and just slowly go down, because getting rid of corruption takes a lot of time. But our next thing with our PP is going to be going down to level 7 corruption. Bossi have formed a government in Italy. See if there's been any other big political changes. Nothing too crazy, looks like. Still got Cardoza. It's tied. France and the Netherlands. We're going to go with the French. We will go with the French. How does Elder Scrolls have so much lore? Because they put a lot of detail into the games. Dwarves are Dreamer, a type of elves in Elder Scrolls, like, so no real rock and stone race. Yep. They're just really short dwarves. Like, the lore of Elder Scrolls is like that they're like the dwarves that we know of, but in reality they were very different. You rip your Netherlands tie vote. I thought I was correct during the interim. After the Akaviri, the Longhouse ruled for 44 years. Could be. How's our spy network going? Let's do another overseas recruitment agency as well. We really need to expand our spy network. That's going really slow, isn't it? Oh, it prevents the loss. It doesn't give us any. As you can see, I've never used agency very much. More risky, but we'll do that. I really don't know shit about Elder Scrolls lore aside from Skyrim stuff. And I've played very little Oblivion Morrowind too. I never really played Morrowind. I watched it at a friend's house when I was like fucking 9, but I played a fair bit of Oblivion. That was a really good game. I liked Oblivion. I watched a video of that on YouTube like recently and I was just shocked of how bad those graphics are now. It's funny how you always remember games looking better than they really are. Just realized what song we're listening to. Protests demanding democratic reform in the Ivory Coast have been forcefully suppressed by the government military. The situation remains tense. Ivory Coast may soon descend into a civil war. Oh boy. Speaking of which, that war in Afghanistan is still going on, though it has only been a year. Total Energies, a French oil company, has seen a significant investment in the Iranian energy sector since 1990. They have had extensive development rights to the South Pars oil field since they began work on Iran. And we could expand those rights and further develop the field. The French would have greater influence on our domestic affairs due to this. It's the price we're willing to pay. They're part of the West, but we don't hate them as much as, like, you know, certain other people. I heard the High Elves. Yes. Liechtenstein is a fun, evil, villain country. If you go nationalist and launch nukes from your mountain fortress, it has a decent tree. It does. They've got the meme tree, too. You can reform the HRE if you turn it on. Just saying. I started on it, but I got kind of bored. Damascus Spring. A wave of protests have erupted across Syria after the death of the previous president, Hafez al-Assad. People have been demanding a more open and democratic government. The current president, Bashar al-Assad, states that these demonstrators are nothing more than revolutionaries and agents of foreign powers. Let's offer some aid to Syria. What can we give them? We'll offer them some economic aid. We'll ask to establish a military base, and we will send a counter-revolutionary special forces division. We'll send one of our really experienced ones. We'll put him underneath a field marshal, so we've got no one else. We might not be able to actually get past the Suez. Let's see. Boy, was it one hell of a meme. I did look inside an HRE meme playthrough, which involved puppeting and Jesus Christ, man. It's a meme game, that's for sure. It's also a challenge game. You can see if you're really actually good at you're actually good at Millennium Dawn. Oh, wrong one. All right, two options. We can renegotiate with the Chinese, or we can renegotiate with the Malaysians, or with Malaysia. Chinese give us synthetic refineries. Malaysia gives us just pure oil production. So, I will do another poll. The port city of Bushehr is used to be the chief seaport of our country, but due to its lack of rail connections to the interior of the country and its shallow anchorage, it has lost its position as the primary port of Iran. However, this can be remediated via the construction of a railway through the Zagros Mountains and connected with the rest of the country. Lots of infrastructure projects here. Oh boy, Zodi. I'm absolutely shocked to hear that you've been hardcore role-playing something. Never in a million years would I expect you to do that. Alright, in order to show up support with our allies in Syria and to prevent a possible democratic uprising in the country, we are sending a highly specialized force of counter-terror special forces to Damascus to show up support for Bashar al-Assad. They are one of our few friends, so we definitely want to help them how we can, and hope that should the day ever come that we get our own revolt, that they will do the same. Wonderful, another agent. These are really expensive though. Like, the civ cost to do what we're doing right now is a lot, but again, Iran's intelligence agency is really important. It'd be huge right now, so. How do you crack open a city? Playing as Japan, I have Seoul surrounded, but I can't take the city and they won't surrender until I do. I tried all different conventional warheads and a lot of cast, but no luck. Only thing I can hit them with is thermonuclear nukes. Special forces, yes. With specialized the kind of artillery that does more damage. Also, Seoul, is it on the coast? It is. What? No, it's not. Never mind. Oh, you can't get naval bombardment. Wait, is it on the coast or is it not? Try bringing your entire military. Who's asking that? Lumber mill. Try bringing your entire navy to this area of the sea. Just put it there. No mission at all. Just put your entire navy right here. You might get short bombardment, which will really help you bust that city open. I lowered my drinking. There's a few nights late. Never drunk, but I like my whiskey. Balance is key. All right, we're gonna go with China then. Alcohol is nasty. I had to stop drinking because I get really bad headaches when I drink now. It fucking sucks, dude. I used to drink profusely, man. I used to drink like a goddamn fucking racehorse, but at some point I started getting really bad headaches when I drank. I don't know why. It sucks. I was literally that dude with just a bottle of fucking goddamn alcohol on his desk in college, and it would be used often. But those days are gone. On the metro too at some point. Chinese CNPC. The China National Petroleum Corporation is a major national oil and gas corporation of China and one of the largest integrated energy groups in the world. The CNPC becomes increasingly involved in the development of the Suleiman oil field, and we could further allow development projects from them, though China would have greater influence on our domestic affairs. Let's take a look at our influence right now. Russia's got 11, France has got 7, India's got 5, China's got 5. Not that bad. What alcohol do I prefer? Rum and whiskey. I don't mind vodka if I need to get cheap drunk, but rum or whiskey. What about you, Denise? Margaritas are delicious. Daiquiris are solid too. There's nothing wrong with girly drinks. I don't understand people like, I like my alcohol to hurt my soul. It's like, cool. Good for you, man. I have no issue with those sorts of drinks. I always have mixed drinks, unless I'm really just trying to get cheap drunk, you know? All right, we have another agent. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Mahdi Abbasi looks sold. He's a revolutionary, a scientist, and an insurgent. We don't really need either of those, though. Humayun is very sold. He has Web of Lies and he's a demolition expert. We'll go with him. And we're going to also send him to Saudi Arabia. Sudan is asking for a bailout until we pay off our debt. We are not going to do that. Certainly not 29 billion. Beer and vodka. Good craft beers I really enjoy. I like regular stuff like Pabst and shit too, but yeah, depends on the mood. All right, we can start to infiltrate them. I want to build up a full spy network before we do that, though. We're going to get up to 100%, and then we're going to get one of our web weavers to just get that quiet intel network to maintain it, and then we're going to start to do some missions. Okay, let's go ahead and lower our corruption level. Oh, almost there. 12 PP away. There we go. And lastly, Gazprom versus Lukoil. We'll go for Gazprom. PGSC Gazprom is a Russian majority state-owned multinational energy corporation that has not historically been involved in our country. However, its success in Russia and its control over European gas lines has proven it is a possible candidate for development of our various oil fields, though Russia would have greater influence on our domestic affairs. All right, cool. So we've got China, France, and Russia all within our oil markets now, which could potentially create some problems, but for now, given the economic advantages of it, very useful to us. 78% influence. Our stability is getting a little bit low. What's our budget like? I'm gonna go down one more level of corruption, and then after that, I think we're gonna probably increase some healthcare funding and maybe some welfare funding. And we'll get all of our agents. We'll get Spy Master as well when we get a little bit more because we have our own faction. This will be our 5th. We're only going to need 3 more agency upgrades and then we can get another one with Spy Master. Yeah. Then we'll have the giant intelligence network, which Iran absolutely should have. So we'll be in good shape. $1 trillion GDP. How far off are we? Close. Only 149 billion more in our GDP, and we'll get another research slot. I think the next one is at 15,000 for GDP. No, 30. Okay. We're a really long ways off for the GDP per capita ones. That'll take a while. Thankfully, as Iran, we do have a lot of building slots, though. And I think our focus tree gives us quite a few more, too. Switzerland joins the UN. I always forget they actually have a focus tree in this. It's not crazy, but they do have one. It's one of the ones I've actually never played through. It just hasn't been big enough to really interest me. I still need to play through the Swiss tree in vanilla HOI4 with the expansion. It looks really good. I've just never played it. Afghan resistance leader has been assassinated by Al-Qaeda. That is unfortunate. Yep, he's dead. His son or grandson was actually fighting the Taliban after the US pulled out in the last couple of years. He lost, but interesting connection. Okay. Not super valuable, is it? Holy fuck. Well, we definitely got to do this. Southern highways. The cities of Chebar, Bandar Abbas, and Abadan are all connected to each other via a system of highways, specifically routes 91, 96, and 98 along the coast. These highways cross through much of the most densely populated regions, and as such will require some repaying, upgrading, and even extra lanes to allow for sufficient traffic to pass efficiently. We're getting close to be able to do some pretty big stuff here. I think we gotta build the pipeline, don't we? Yeah, we do. Oh, it's a railway. Build a railway to Europe. Expand our own domestic infrastructure. Ah, cool. Once we're done with all of our this economic stuff, we'll go on to the... Oh man, we have the 4th development plan too, don't we? We'll work on this. I'm going to work on the economy. I'm going to work on our science and nuclear program after that. Then we're going to overhaul the military, and then we're going to work on foreign policy interference. And then once all of our focus tree is done, either I'll stop or we'll go really radical ideology and do some fun stuff. So I think that's going to be the general plan for this game. It'll take a while though. It's a very big tree. Like I've been streaming for 2 hours now, and we have only made a dent on this focus tree. Look at this. Y'all love good at chaos? How do you mean, Alexine? Hold on. Why'd our debt go up again? One of our focuses must have cost us money. You alright? Well, glad to hear that. I did more mean like, what do you mean by gotta love good of chaos? Good old chaos. I need glasses. Fuck. Goddamn Americans. Western imperialists. They think they own the Middle East. With their McDonald's and obesity and corrupt political systems. F them imperialists. Goddamn right. We are our first military doctrine. We are gonna go for decentralized warfare because I never do it and it'd be fun to do it. Phase 1, Iran. Phase 1 of Iranian domination of Europe and the Middle East was the construction of the IGOT 9 line to use natural gas sales as leverage. But a direct route to Europe via rail would allow for all types of domestically made products to pass into Europe more cheaply than via the seaports. For this reason, we must construct a railway directly to the western border to spread our influence. So it's a gas pipeline and a road. This is very expensive. I mean, we can afford the interest, but this is adding up. What's up, John? Good to see you, dude. Hope all is well. Gotta play more Millennium Dawn sometime. There's some new nations I just want to cause chaos as some with some good and not so good ideologies, mostly because nice looking flags. That's fair. Check out Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan and Armenia have really good ones. The Armenia one is fucking massive. I think it's Armenia, or is it Georgia? It's Armenia. This shit's fucking massive. Well, there's another country that got a one in this update that was pretty good too. What was it? Iran, Azerbaijan, Armenia. What was the other one? I mean, the American one got reworked. Spain got a good one as well. Spain got a pretty good focus tree. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'll definitely do a playthrough of it at some point. Armenia, I plan on doing a new run as, playing them before they get their focus tree. Fair. I'm doing good. I hope we continue the Vicky Tuesday game. I'm getting into the story of Greece. Yes, we are. Mostly because I love the flag and they have fascism. Spelling focus tree is really good. I like it. Same. I did like a little really short couple hour playthrough in single player by myself, but I need to do a proper one because it warrants it. Zeynep Razi has been captured by the Saudi intelligence corps. We're gonna have to break her out of jail. She's gonna prepare it herself from in prison. We are at 100% now. I'm gonna put him on quiet intel network. And then I'm gonna get him to rescue her. And then we are gonna fuck around a little bit with Saudi Arabia. We're gonna infiltrate their government and then we're gonna see what we can get up to completely destabilize them. Sayyid al-Khamenei jokes about Kurdish leader. In a viral video spreading on Twitter and Facebook, Sayyid Ali Hosseini Khamenei has caught on tape telling a group of ministers the following joke about the Kurdish leader Mossad Barzani. One day, Mossad Barzani was walking around with his camel. Suddenly, Barzani meets an Iranian traveler. Iranian traveler, why in the name of Allah are you walking around with this donkey? Barzani, are you blind? Can you not see this is not a donkey? Traveler, shut up, Barzani. I was talking to the camel. Is this real? Did this actually happen? Fuck, man. You sure hit that on the head. Fucking hell. I got this event as the USA in one game that made me go because I puppeted integrated Iraq. It's funny. Oh, yeah. That's fucking hilarious. All right. We'll send him in. He himself was once the captain of the Saudis. Now he is getting his comrade out of jail. How fucking shit are the Saudi Arabian jails that we can just break all these spies out? Like, my God. I would think they'd either start killing them or actually put them in a good prison, but apparently not. Let's definitely turn a Saudi double agent as well. We'll get that for our next one. Our network of spies in Saudi Arabia have found a local disenfranchised government official, or prince, something like that, who is willing to work for us, so we'll definitely utilize them. Step 1, destabilize Saudi Arabia. Step 2, destabilize Iraq. Step 3, destabilize Israel. Step 4, destabilize USA. Phase 2, Mediterranean. Now that our westward railway is constructed, we must create a line to the Mediterranean coast and connect with our ally, Hezbollah. This will allow us to send weapons to them without the interference of Israel and without needing to airdrop it. However, we will have to construct these rails ourselves and request the permission of the various governments to allow us to do so. Cool. You said what, Kurdistan? The United States of America didn't appreciate what you said. Pop it and stabilize them like USA stabilized the America's profit. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, we have constructed a good number of civs. We're up to 23 now. Let's construct an office complex in our capital. And more civilian industry down in the oil fields. Alright, we should have a Saudi double agent here. Yes. Ashfaq Chopra. He's a seducer. That's a shame. Parisa Hamoyun is very nice. She's well groomed, a master interrogator, and a safecracker. She'd be perfect for domestic security. But we'll get her with our next one. Ashfaq Chopra, our double agent. We will get him to maintain our network, freeing up Hamoyun to actually do some stuff for us. We'll put him on counter intel until then. 11 days, hopefully we'll break her out of jail. It was a little risky. See you around, John. Good luck. Last time we lost a dude trying to get him out, so I'm a little worried here because he's a really good spy. They both got away. All right, we're good. They both got away. All right, now it's time to infiltrate civilian administration. We'll send Saeed, and then we'll send Hamoyun. Her, we will give her some time. We'll put her on counter intel. Give her some time to relax after being in a Saudi prison. Probably needed. Lurking? Fuck yeah. Much like we are doing in the Saudi capital right now with our spy network. What is our tech even like for space technologies? I mean, looked at that. No, we actually do have really basic satellites and OLVs. Solid intercontinental ballistic missiles checks out. Basic nuclear reactors and warheads too. Really not that bad. I mean, we could actually build a satellite and space network eventually if we want to, which we will. I wasn't happy about being forced to be some princess maid. Yeah, that'll do it. Just as predicted, Lebanon has accepted our offer. Good. We'll lose $500 million. We gain influence in Lebanon. They get more emerging outlook. And hardline Shia revolutionaries. Jesus. Syria accepts. Kurdistan accepts. Good. Success. Phase 3. Arupa. Now that we have consolidated our influence in Levant, we can finally begin looking towards the southern European countries as the entrance to Europe proper. A proposed rail line through Turkey, connecting our existing lines to Istanbul, would allow us to spread our influence into Turkey, Greece, and Bulgaria via Iranian exports. Iraq accepts as well. Fuck them, but it's needed. One day, we'll rule it ourselves, and then there'll be our railways, not Iraqi railways. One day. Operation Infiltrate Saudi in Riyadh is a go. 75 days. Let's also go ahead and create a cybersecurity division. How much praising Allah have you been doing? All of it, Duck. What's up, man? These are the things we really need right now. One of the coolest things they added was the weapons market. I really like this one. Like, they added a whole menu for buying equipment. It's really cool. You have to do it in your decisions back in the day. Now you can actually buy it. Including planes too, which is super cool. Really nice feature they added. Hold on, we're using tanks to fucking garrison our territory? How about we don't do that? Fuck, those are expensive. Honestly, it's nice not having to scroll for 9 years to buy equipment. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I did not like that menu. It's the bane of my existence if I was playing a small country, you know? I tend to play a small country, so early game equipment buying to shore up my troops is super nice, true, but clunky in the past. Yeah, definitely. It's just, it makes things more aesthetic. Which is what good game design is all about, even with mods. I played mods before with great features, but it looks really ugly, so it's just kind of hard to enjoy. Turkey accepts. Anyone else accept? Guess not. Redirect funds to the Strait. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the most important straits in the world, as most of the exported oil in the global market comes from and goes through the narrow channel. Now that we have consolidated power in Anatolia and the Null Levant, focusing on developing our position there would assist our influence in Arabia. 1 civ, 2 office sectors, and a mill for 39 billion. That's a big price tag, but a very big boon to our economy, so absolutely worth it. How's our mission going? 44 more days. It's looking good. Hopefully get this below 300 billion here. I'm gonna go down one more level of corruption as well. Nothing else is really warranted right now. Actually, maybe export economy, actually. Oh, where is it? The one that's actually really nice is semi-consumption economy because it gives you a trade deal opinion factor. Just putting deal like goods to market isn't enough. You need countries to actually want to buy it. So, speaking of which, yeah, China really likes this. Why can we not get a trade agreement with them? Base reluctance. Government type reluctance. Trying to improve a little bit more again. And let's also improve with Russia. See if they're buying any of our stuff now. Nope. Romania is buying some of our technology metals, and Hezbollah is buying our oil. No one else is. To be fair, it takes time. Things like oil and all these resources become more scarce and valuable as the game proceeds because tech requires more of them. So we'll really get the full benefits of this in around a decade. Is it worth going Z Live for China, or is Xi Jinping always the way to go? They're both pretty good, to be honest. Jinping does have a little bit better bonuses, but it's not so significant that you wouldn't want to go the other one, for example. I've done a both Z Live games before. They're definitely fun. If you don't want to have the Winnie the Pooh in charge. Start Islamic propaganda campaigns. Oh my. War University. Making our own automobile exports will be a lot of fun. Can we? Yeah, we can do domestic Iranian manufacturing. Good. This is a really well-made tree, I gotta say. They really do enjoy trees like this that aren't just something something tank 100% research modifier. Those are so boring. Ooh, Saeed has been forced into hiding while on assignment in Saudi Arabia. Saeed was evidently detected by Saudi counterintelligence. The last message he sent said that he noticed enemy surveillance following him and he was going to execute evasion escape procedures. Well, hopefully he's alright. We did succeed though. We managed to infiltrate the civilian administration, but Saeed got burnt, so he's gonna have to get more plastic surgery, unfortunately. Which brings us to a very fun one. While he's recovering 45 days, actually we'll just put him on it, we're gonna prepare to increase corruption within Saudi Arabia. I think it's already like 8 or 9 though. It's only 6, we're gonna get that up to 10. We're going to absolutely riddle the Saudi government with inefficiencies, corruption, and bribes. And we're just going to destroy them through their own economic, civilian, and bureaucratic culture. The first step to the destruction of our fucking blood enemies. We'll go for this, which is 480. Oh, shit. Completely forgot to text someone. Hold on, got an important text here. My phone doesn't die. Oh shit. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. William Hague has formed a new government. He's conservative. Conservative Party are now in power. Tony Blair is out. It appears New Britain did not last very long for Britain. He only got 4 years, I think. 4 years? Is that what it is for the Brits? Something like that. They hold elections. How often do Brits hold elections? Is it every 2 or 4 years? All right, is he back yet? 25 more days. We'll put Homiana on this mission, and we'll give him time to recover after getting burnt. We're gonna send 2 of our other spies in to try and increase corruption in Saudi Arabia. That's a really cool feature they added in MD. I really like it. Everyone's favorite prime minister. I really do like Tony Blair. I really do. Wasn't perfect, but I do like him. Finish the 3rd processing complex. Bid Boland is the site of major refinery natural gas distribution center that has been built in the 1970s. However, the center is semi-outdated and a new complex has been proposed to be built near the original, but not enough oil has been produced to require it. With extra oil production, more processing facilities will be needed, and the 3rds will be constructed now. 10 days, it's very short. We have another mill as well. I'm going to throw that on to small arms. Good evening, I'm trying to think about how you say your name. Vicius? Vic7US. Vicus. Vicus? I'm gonna go with that. Good evening to you too. I've heard that people, or more approximately British people, really don't like him. Yeah, I know he's not too popular in Britain. Again, not a perfect man, but he had good intentions, and some of his policies, at least that I read about, I didn't think were too bad. But I'm not British, I didn't live under him, so. We lost that really good spy for recruitment. God damn it. She was really good. Such a missed opportunity. I guess she took her services elsewhere. In Iran. She's really solid. It'd be nice to have a British double agent who's well-groomed, because that's good for diplomatic missions. We'll use her for our foreign policy dealings with the West. And we're going to send her on a trade mission to Beijing. Hopefully we can get them to buy some more technology metals and oil from us. Fortify the shoreline. Our shoreline on the Persian Gulf has long been very important, especially near the Strait of Hormuz, and the various American naval bases in the region threaten our position, as any attack or invasion of our coastline could render our export-dominated economy helpless, especially if it was on our position on the strait. Victus! Alright, cool. Yeah, sounds good. How's it going, Victus? I attempted. I made a poor attempt, but it was an attempt. $79 more days. Somali National Alliance has capitulated. Still outright war. Western Africa is very chaotic. The Congolese civil war is still completely raging. He is not doing too well though. The Sudan war is still also raging. We're not going to get involved in any of these wars. Unless it's explicitly a Shia faction on one side, we're not going to get involved. Probably. Maybe later on if our foreign policy develops with our like power status, but we'll see. We'll go with microcomputing. And we will go with nanofibers. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. It is cold. Alrighty. Where the fuck did the music go? Yes, I'm still listening. Absolutely. Okay. Expand Raja'i dockyards. The Shahid Raja'i port complex is the primary port of Iran, located in the city of Bandar Abbas. Shahid Raja'i port is responsible for 85% of the total loading and unloading carried out at the Iranian ports, handling 70 million tons of cargo annually. Development and expansion of this port is vital, and it sits on the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz and is very strategic. We will get a naval dockyard. Ooh, we don't get a building slot for that though. That's a shame. It's always nice when you get those. Oh well. I'm going to lower corruption level 6. We're not going to go below this for probably another 2 or 3 years. Let's go back up to speed 5 too. Anyone got any good Iranian music, by the way? If anyone knows like any good historical or modern Iranian music, shoot it my way, I'll play it. I was looking around. I found like a lot of old like Persian music and stuff. I've just got it on playlists from like other games I've done back in the day, but don't know too much of it. Did we succeed in that mission? Not yet. 32 more days. Pick up by submarine. Bossy have been re-elected. Let's do another look at the planet and see. I always miss when there are like big changes and stuff like that. Or not. Nope, everything looks completely normal. It's only been 3 years though. Stilo. Nope. Very much the status quo politically right now. I wonder what path Russia's going. That'll be a really important one for us. Russia gets really aggressive in this area if they get certain paths, so. Them and China are the two most important paths for like what we need to know for what's going to happen in the future for Iran. All right, got the dockyard. Go for the, yeah, we'll go for the 4th development plan. In contrast to the 3rd development plan, this is the first 4-year plan we have planned out, and with 52 major objectives covering everything from cultural, scientific, and technological affairs to social, political, defense, and security topics, and also a foreign policy and diplomatic relations, as well as major economic imperatives. Basically just everything. We once again need to focus on a specific aspect of this ambitious plan. I think we're going to focus on science this time. Fairly sure Russia's going Putin. I think they might go Zernovsky. I could be wrong though. Drought causes disaster for Iranian farmers. While we usually don't get much rain, the rainfall this growing season has been abysmal, with most crops failing. What little agricultural produce has been produced is entirely due to remaining rivers and artificial irrigation, something that is sadly not very common here in Iran. Farmers are demanding aid from the Zaid Ali Husseini Khomeini government, and the city dwellers are getting worried about rising food prices. We took a hit on that. We went down to fast growth. Let's look at the budget. We had a big enough surplus in our spending that we will compensate for it, but that is unfortunate. We'll work on more convoys. We will work on naval tech at some point and build a navy, but given our economy and our research capacities, we'll wait a while. We have succeeded in raising corruption in Saudi Arabia successfully. Good. Very, very, very good. We'll steal blueprints later on as well. For now, we want to riddle their government with corruption. Not gonna lie, Iran in the USA World Cup is gonna be something to behold. Oh yes, oh yes. USA has actually not got a horrible team this year. That's what makes this whole situation so shitty with watching stuff in Qatar, man. Like, there's some really good USA players right now, young too. Like we got not a golden generation, but we actually have some good talent, which is amazing. They immediately put it down a level again. It's expensive though, so we're gonna just keep their government constantly having to spend all of its political power on reducing corruption, which is fine by me. So let's go ahead and keep doing that. Every 97 days, at probably around 3 political power a day, 90 days is around 270 to 300 political power. To lower corruption for them probably costs anywhere from 300 to 450. In the long term, we will run them dry and max out their corruption. It will just take time. As a Brit, this worries me. That's fair. That is fair. We'll go for... the fuck is it? Labor reform. All right, we are developing the southern region, both in the oil fields and in exports. It makes natural sense that we would also build some more civilian industry down here in the south. Let's see if we can up the infrastructure. Nope, maxed out. Okay, in that case, we're going to build more infrastructure in Persia as well as Kazakhstan then, which has been the real focus of our third development plan. So we'll continue that a little bit more. We can make an airport too. That's cool. University of Tehran. God damn, I really do like this focus tree. All right. Operation Corrupt Saudi 2.0 is the go. Let's do it. We also have a cybersecurity division now. We'll wait off on this. This is not really a huge thing in 2002, so it doesn't make sense. We've established one, but it's not really a big part of what we're doing right now. We'll go for industrial espionage. The fourth development plan. In order to correct, improve, and reform the administrative system in the dimensions of the organizations, we will use this plan. But which part should we focus on? Last time we decided to focus on industry. We'll focus on science. We can hit that corruption again too. Huh. We are doing an anti-corruption campaign, so this makes sense. Identify corrupt officials. We cannot get rid of someone who we do not know is corrupt. First, we must identify who is most probable in falling to corruption, then watch and wait. We've got a big intelligence network now, so it makes sense that we can conduct this kind of operation domestically. We'll bring her back to help with it too. I don't suppose China is buying anything now. Nope. We're really gonna struggle with that until later in the game. One of the features that they have discussed adding, I think is still on their plans, the Millennium Dawn dev team, is they wanted to add a feature where all civilian industry, office complexes, and military industry would require oil to maintain. So basically oil actually becomes super fucking necessary for energy. I know it's had a lot of issues and the balancing of it is complicated though, so they're still struggling around with it. But I think that'd be such a cool feature because it makes your oil actually super valuable, as it should be as a country like Iran, versus what it is now, which makes you a bit of money, but isn't really bought by countries too much, which it should be. I mean, basically it should be countries aggressively trying to get on our good graces, at least in the East. We have hit GDP 1 billion, or sorry, 1 trillion. Yes. So we are going to expand our laboratories. 43 billion, and it will give us another research slot. Absolutely worth it. I agree. Oil right now is pretty much useless. Most powers only require like 1/2 oil to maintain their armies. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Let me go see if they are still planning on working on that feature. So now I'm curious. Yep. Yes, it is still being worked on. Hopefully we get that in 1.8. That'd be super cool. I've been a fan of that feature. Oh shit, we just had a crash. All right, let me relaunch. Millennium Dawn did not like me alt-tabbing out and looking at their dev channels, apparently. So yeah, I've been a fan of that feature as soon as they announced that. So I'm really looking forward to it. One of the dev versions I played around with and tested a while back had it, and it was inconvenient, but like it made sense. It's like you can't just run a lot of things without proper amounts of like fuel, you know. So I really did like it for immersion and gameplay. I love how Iran has the option to move their embassy to Jerusalem. There is a cursed timeline where Iran and Israel made peace. It's not this one though. That's for damn sure. Yeah, my phone died. All right. So I guess countries like Saudi Arabia would be super strong if oil got more valuable. Yeah, they would. They'd be very valuable. It'd be great for roleplay games like the ones we have in the server, but it'd be great for just single player games because it makes them more like relevant like they should be. Which I like. I like realism in like even in my single player games. I want that. Even if the AI will always let me down with like what I want it to do, at least having that represented as like a mechanic is nice, you know? I think. For me at least. Yup. The fuck are my saves? Oh, this is pretty far back. This is really far back. Really? Bruh. This is fucking far back. The fuck? Man. Come on. This is like a year back, at least. First time I play MD in single player in like fucking 3 months, and this, oh. Beautiful. All right, how far back are we? Oh no, it's up to date. I think. It's up to date. Let's do this. All right, we are good. That just looked really fucking sketchy. We're fine. Whew, whew. All right. I'm not gonna have a heart attack. We got the bugged event. 0 billion bailout. We're gonna say no to that because it's a bug. Yeah. I almost had a heart attack there. We're good though. Beautiful. Radical shift in Syria. Oh shit! The Muslim Brotherhood took power. It appears our counter-revolutionary forces were not very effective. Wow. Does anyone know what relationship Iran has to Muslim Brotherhood? I actually don't know. I'm gonna Google it. And the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah, for real. They're on off, like they're Sunni and Shia, but they actually did cultivate a relationship. They did cooperate. Yeah, no, they cooperate. We're fine. We can work with that government. Not probably as preferred as the al-Assad family, but we can cooperate with them. Definitely a disappointment, but we can adapt. A threat to Bashar's government. His government's gone. Bashar fucked up. He's gone now. He was not strong enough to stay in power, it seems. We'll work with who we have to here. Oh shit, they canceled our non-aggression pact. Maybe not. That's a diplomatic reset. Alright, we're sending our troops home then. That's a real shame. Oh, we might have to intervene in Syria at some point to get the al-Assad family back. We will be back. We would almost certainly get thrown out of the country if they've broken our non-aggression pact. Oh boy. That is a very unfortunate foreign policy change and governmental shift in the Middle East. We now have only one ally, which is Hezbollah. Ally. Gotta love that permanent civil war. We could consider sending troops into the Afghan Northern Alliance. We'll consider it. Why is Afghanistan like 80% nationalist, the Taliban? That's a very good question. It's about to be nationalist Afghanistan, apparently. We'll just force them to resign. Why must we make such a big deal to corrupt officials? If anyone in the public found out, it would make our intelligence agencies look inept. As how could such a well-equipped service not be able to identify corruption under our noses? Best if we force them to resign for made-up reasons. We'll remove corrupt government and we will get rid of one level of corruption. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that before. That's interesting. No idea. Because there's Salafists, but there's no Salafist support in government. It's all non-aligned to nationalists. Very weird. I remember the MD game, the Syria player I fucked up pretty badly, which resulted in a coalition government between monarchists, communists, Islamists, and fascists. Yeah, MD does get wild. You see some pretty crazy things, that's for sure. Let's go back up to an economic boom. Oh no, it's 84 billion. We can't afford that. We can afford some 1.7 more spending. We'll go to basic hospital subsidies. We should be able to afford that. Yep, we can. Pull up our police funding as well. And we will make... this is too early. We wouldn't be doing that. We want more level of police. Yeah. There we go. We just massively upped our police spending and intelligence funding, given that we have a giant intelligence network. That makes sense. And given that we're doing an anti-corruption campaign with them right now, also makes sense. So that works out nicely. We have a new research slot as well. Let's start to work on some naval vessels. I think I will go the frigate path. I see the communist caliph of the Islamic State, and he had defender of the democracy trait. In our current Saturday game, the Vatican City is run by communists. That's a wild one. Yeah, eco pope. Fuck, man. Start breaking ciphers on Saudi. We successfully raised corruption again. What is it at for Saudi? It is up to 7. Let's do it again. We are proving to be very successful in increasing corruption within their government. We're just leveraging massive amounts of funds in our intelligence network there to basically just break down the Saudi government. Not that it's hard to do. It is already a fairly corrupt thing, but more and more and more. All right, we lost another level of corruption. We're doing a science focus with our 4th development plan, so we will fund jihad of education. While jihad is typically interpreted as a holy war in the West, which is known by greater jihad, the lesser jihad involves the development of self and the internal battle against sin. In the educational aspect, it can be done by being teachers, being disciplined, teaching properly, and being sincere. We must ensure our students are receiving proper education and are being taught to be good Muslims. Sounds good. We'll work on construction 3. Yeah, fucking eco popes. They're pretty wild, that's for sure. At some point, we're just gonna start to steal all the Saudis' tech too. All that sweet, sweet tech they're getting from the Americans will be ours. Our stability has gone up a fair bit too right now. Yeah, the reformists have completely lost popularity. Look at that. What's up, Condor? Let's see how Hamu turns one of the least functioning states in the world into slightly less functioning. All of you know we're well over $1 trillion GDP in 2003, Condor, so... Is that just me clicking buttons? Yes, but it's fine. More corruption to Saudi Arabia. We will absolutely go after Israel at some point, Condor. I'm gonna make Israel super corrupt. We're gonna destroy them all from the insides. Condor, my brother's been making me play fucking For Honor. You know that game you like? My brother's making me fucking play For Honor. That game is so fucking sweaty, it's ridiculous. All these fucking 13-year-old kids playing it 10 hours a day, I swear. It's 35% high tax rate. Yes, it is. It's pretty high. But when you're a country like Iran that doesn't have a lot of industry to tax with a corporate tax rate, you have to compensate by focusing on just a base population tax rate. So we're just kind of relying on it, unfortunately, is what it is. Israel super corrupt? You mean like the new government just got elected? No, it'll be much worse, I promise. I did say for honor, yes. Angola defeated UNITA. No surprise there. You know, one day I do need to do a UNITA game and see if I can win. Start the Islamic propaganda. We will start the Islamic propaganda to remove the national spirit of self-depreciation and make our nation great again. I guess we get a whole decision thing for that. Ready for the Sunday game? It's going to be spicy. Oh, yes. Massive, massive civil war. I just got a DM from the fucking Phoenix Empire asking if it'd be okay to join on the Core Knight side. No, Elder King's game is a week from today, Zodi. It starts next Friday. The games for that will be at 2 p.m. EST. It'll go for 4 hours, and then when I'm done with that, or before that, I'll keep going with this game. 9/11. Oh boy, here we go. America just about to get whacked on the fucking head with a mallet. And wake up really bloodthirsty. Kind of don't look suspicious and don't move too quickly. That's the name of the game right now. Where's our Make Iran Great Again hat? Fuck. Lower demand for Iranian goods abroad. What the fuck do you mean lower demand? They're cheap, aren't they? The data is clear. The international exports of Iran are going down. The cause, however, is being hotly debated among community's economic advisors. One theory is that we have become less competitive due to our relatively high wages. Yeah. Another is that our competitors have increased the quality of their products. Others feel that the increase in demand is just due to shifting trends abroad. Well, fuck. That sucks. Oh boy. This is too dramatic. Oh. The Great Tehran. Greater Tehran is the urban agglomeration around Tehran that covers the central parts of the Tehran province and eastern part of the Alborz province. That covers the contiguous cities of Tehran, Ray, Shebrenat, and other areas. War on Terror. Here we go. Erdogan was fucking and making the Turkish law more religious for 20 years, and I'm not afraid that in the 2 to 4 years, this government will last. Israel will become religious as fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. 424, is that when it happened? Sounds about right. Also, we're up to 38 factories right now. Let's get some counterintelligence going as well. Will this be our 9th? 5, 6, 7. This will be 8. Which means we should be able to get Spy Master after this. Which will put us at 6 agents. We can do a lot with that. At some point, we're going to be able to branch out and also infiltrate Iraq here. Actually, we could with him, to be honest. We'll send him to Baghdad. The guy in charge of Israel? I haven't followed their politics enough. I've heard that Netanyahu is likely going to get back in power. I don't know if that's true, Condor, but that's what I've been hearing. what I occasionally do mildly listen. Oh, okay, interesting. Islamic propaganda campaign. Islamic propaganda and showing the country's strength and progress will make our people lose the spirit of self-depreciation, and they will be aware of the lies of the foreign media, and they will see the reality and be proud of themselves. Okay, so we're gonna do propaganda to our own people then. They're expensive. Wow. That really hurts us, doesn't it? How much are we losing from self-depreciation? A lot. Wow. We're going to take out a loan, and we're going to use it to do a billboard propaganda. Next, we need law changes and denunciation to change the core laws with our Jewish, which are Jewish secular. Poor Iraq about to have a bad day once Afghanistan is free from that civil war. Over here? Oh yeah. Are the US in yet? Let's look. Not yet. They haven't done Operation Enduring Freedom yet. How's our naval tech in terms of like, not very good. I'm gonna keep one research slot on naval stuff. We're gonna build a really big blue water navy. I'd really like to go back to fast growth, but they're just so expensive right now. $89 billion. Just can't afford that. We could print some more money. Yeah, let's go for that. I'm gonna keep printing money until we can up our economic cycle. Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna up our economic cycle, and then we're gonna print money until we offset the debt we got from it. Love all those morons on TikTok. They're like, yo, Afghanistan whooped America's ass. I mean, we didn't win, that's for sure. Printing money is just a political power sink. You use political power to basically generate money from your gross domestic income doubled every time you use it. So that's what it does. Have a very good night, Trucker Nero. I will see you around, dude. I'm not sure if I'll go too much longer here. I didn't want to do a mega stream tonight. We'll see. Probably another 40-50 minutes or something. Maybe another hour. I'm not in a rush to get this campaign done. I'll be doing this probably for a while. I want to do actually like a full long-term MD playthrough in single player. I haven't done one of those in a while. Imam Khomeini Airport. Tehran International Airport is the primary international airport of Tehran, the capital city of Iran. Located southwest of Tehran near the localities of Robat Karim and Islamshar, and spread over an area of 13,500 hectares of land. Along with the Murabad Airport is one of the 2 international airports serving Tehran. Cool. We are quickly growing our economy. We're becoming a much more dominant player in the region. Definitely would want to have that. What's their... Ooh, they use political power to put it down a level. Let's hit him again. I don't get why nationalist Syria who lives in Germany such Canada would want to see retreat from Afghanistan as a victory for himself. Nationalism is a very interesting phenomenon. Alright, we're about to send them back into Saudi. Yeah, we're in really good shape. We'll get this network built up in Iraq. And then once we get that extra spy master, If we utilize all of our spies, we'll be able to conduct missions in Iraq and Saudi at the same time here, which will be nice. We can bring both those governments down without firing a single shot. All right, let's do it again. Yeah, we're in pretty good shape here. Hemet Highway. Hemet Expressway is a route in Tehran, Iran. It starts from past Daran Avenue Junction and goes west. I'm not reading this whole thing. Anyway, we're building more highways. I don't need to read a paragraph on where fucking highway junctions meet. I'm good. I mean, I don't care how good is the education there is, so... I mean... Oh, man. It's not really good in a lot of places besides Europe and parts of Asia, to be honest. And private schools in North America, I suppose. Why do we need to get rid of that brain drain? That's one of the ones we really need to get rid of. Higher education, which we have. Slow the brain drain. Where's that at? I'd probably up here. Or not. Slow. Oh, it's really far down there. Oh man, we're not getting rid of that for a long time. All right, that's a shame. Wow. Oh man, our research speed is pretty bad right now. I mean, we're definitely improving on things, but yikes. That's Alex Jones level monkey brain. Anyway, I do like Captain Morgan, absolutely. I absolutely do. Sailor Jerry is my favorite though. If we're talking that kind of alcohol. I'm a Sailor Jerry man myself. Not because it's particularly good. I just like the taste, and I have too many good memories attached to it. We'll go ahead and do some TV propaganda as well. I just like the dark one. White rum and spice gold is good. Yeah, they're both solid. Connor, you like Crown Royal, man? If I'm trying to just get like fucked up with a mixed drink, nothing beats sour apple or vanilla Crown Royal. Have a very good night, Orange. I will catch you later. Hope you have a good night. Chrome rum. What's that? Crown Royal. I'll type it to you. Like crown, like the thing that goes on your head, and then royal, like the royal family. Crown Royal. You might not have it in Israel. I'm sure you probably do somewhere. We're going to do automotive industry. The NPO, the National Production Organization of Iran, or NPO, is the policy-making regulatory body of the government to oversee productivity at national, sectoral, and provincial levels, in addition with the purpose of strengthening innovation and productivity in the country. The NPO aims to support research projects and institutions and enhance the university-industry bonds. Let's go for it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Someone's speaking Elvish in my chat. God damn it. Fuck. It's a Mossad operation. Shit. Just don't say anything really fucked up and you're fine. That's my only request. Because I can't fucking moderate that, whatever you say. What to do with our political power? We can start to influence foreign governments. I'll print more money. That's what we really need to do here. Now that you say it, there we go. There we go. In my Minecraft enchanting table. Like, god damn it. It's funny. Why can't I get rid of debt right now? The fuck is this? Hope I didn't just find a bug. It's not letting me get rid of debt. We're just in permanent debt now. IDRO, the Industrial Development and Renovation Organization of Iran, was established in 1967 in Iran. IDRO Group is one of the largest companies in Iran. It is also one of the largest conglomerates in Asia. Really? IDRO's objective is to develop Iran's industrial sector and to accelerate industrialization process of the country to export products worldwide. Permanent boost to production. Wonderful. God damn it, let me pay off my debt. This is just like my real life student loans. I don't like that. Still don't have manpower either. As soon as we make a warhead, we can complete our nuclear program too. I don't want to do that, especially given 9/11 just happened and Americans are just going ham on the Middle East. So we're gonna wait a while on that. Another corruption gain in Saudi Arabia. Damn it! They keep paying it. They keep lowering it. God damn it! They can't. I can do this all day. I don't think they can. Hold on. Am I doing that in... Yeah, Saudi. Okay. I want to make sure we weren't doing it in Iraq. They're less of an important enemy right now. I'm looking at the speeches and news reports people write in Millennium Dawn RP chat, and I gotta say that shit is getting out of hand. It's definitely getting pretty wild right now, but it's really fun, dude. Yeah, people basically just like write full-on fucking like short stories in the channels is what happens at this point. It's pretty cool to watch. Some of the shit you see RP'd in there is just fucking crazy, man. I remember when I first started like doing those RP fucking things in this server. I'm really bugging out. I'm gonna reload this game right now. I'm getting some bugs. It was just literally people just posting like a picture of like a news article in a headline, and now it's like literal fucking like multi-paragraph, like 1,500 word posts. People roleplay Saddam Hussein way too passionately and can just spit. Oh, that's Obi. That would be Obi. I know who you're talking about. Yeah. That he's Getting real close to some problems. The other players are doing a really good job, though. He's really the only issue in that game. We still have a couple of meme lords hanging around. They're careful not to, like, cross any lines, though. As soon as they do, though. Yeah, let's see if that dealt with that. I was stuck in a couple menus for some reason. It was really weird. Still can't pay debt. Yeah, still can't pay off debt for some reason. That's weird. Cote d'Ivoire declared war on Burkina Faso. Nationalists versus the socialists. Shit. Ah, Syria wants a non-aggression pact. Sure. Like I said, we can do deals with the Brotherhood, so we'll stay open to them, even if they have been a little bit hostile to us. We can get debt, we just can't pay it off. Something's wonky. I don't know what it is. Belgium's leaving the EU. Huh. He seems like the type of guy that a lady says hi to him out of politeness and it makes him happy like he's a super seducer. Oh boy. Yeah, he's done some pretty weird RP, I will say. What the fuck is wrong with my MD right now? Oh, there we go. I don't know what I did, but we're in good shape now. Finally. That was weird. I don't know what that was. All right, we're gonna keep working on our doctrine. I think we'll go for fixed positions. Yeah, horizontal integration. Go for this one. Hydro. We're going to develop our own automotive industry, obviously. As great as foreign cars are, it does reduce our own industrial capacity to produce cars, as we rely almost entirely on others to make them for us. We should create our own domestic industry to ensure that our people will always have access to vehicles, even if they are not as luxurious. Yeah, 2 civs. And we get to export cars, hopefully, at some point. We're not paying 47 billion. Not gonna do that. I turned the sound off completely. I'm gonna turn on notifications. I do like the sound effects. Yeah, we actually have pretty good production efficiency and efficiency cap now with some of these focuses that we've gotten. Iran does get some pretty good bonuses in this, I will say. I mean, to be fair, any of the trees that have a lot tend to be like that, but especially Iran. The Iran military parade. Today, a large military parade was held in Tehran, and our new equipment was unveiled so that both our nation and Iran's enemies are aware of our high military power. Good rats. War support and XP. We will take out a small loan of $1 million. And do a social media propaganda. That doesn't make sense. There was no social media in 2003, so we'll do another billboard campaign. Was MySpace alive yet? Was it 2004 MySpace was made? When the fuck were they made? Have you burned out on Vicky 3 yet? Not really. I'm just explicitly not trying to play it too much because I don't want to burn out. It was founded in August 1st, 2003, so if I can tab back in and see the date, that'd be lovely. Yeah, so it does exist. It's just not really used. Bam earthquake struck the Kerman province. The shock had a magnitude of 6.6. The earthquake was particularly destructive in Bam, with the death toll amounting to almost 34,000 people until now. We must be prepared for possible aftershocks. We're going to declare martial law. The Iranian MySpace propaganda initiative. Listen, Steve took a trip to Iran and now he's a permanent guest of the Iranian government, so MySpace is now all Iranian. Is MySpace still a thing? In the same way that any website from 2002 that is still active is technically alive. Not really, but yes. They still have a website, don't they? Hold on, now I'm actually not sure. Yeah, they still exist. It's like all fucking music now. Fuck even are they anymore? Music, videos, and people. It's just like a music website now. That's wild. Interesting. Yes, it is still alive. They just do music, I guess, now. The more you know. I remember when people I knew talked about it when I was a kid. I never had a MySpace, but I knew people who did, like older kids I was friends with. It was semi-popular, at least where I was at. Club Penguin was the OG, yes. Club Penguin was really enjoyable. I really enjoyed playing it when I was a kid. There's a fucking skiing thing you could do. I remember that one. That was pretty cool. All right, we have two options. We have ICCO or we have SAIPA. We're going to choose this entirely subjectively off of which car looks cooler, all right? I'll do a poll for this. I'll make it a minute one. It's going to be really short. Which car? Left or right? I don't want any thinking involved with this. This poll, you should be voting it purely off of which car you think looks cooler. I'm gonna vote on it too. If I can figure out how to do that. I'll have to do it over here, I guess. Iranian Club Penguin Network. Yeah, the right one, definitely. I watched the rainbow leveled icy tower just saying, oh my. Cloud. Alright, it's definitely gonna be the right one then. In that case, we are gonna go for SAIPA. SAIPA is an Iranian automaker headquarters in Tehran. The SAIPA was established in 1965. It produced, in recent years, have been mostly under licensed Korean cars in its own engine and range of cars. So it's basically just a Korean shell company. Nice. Age of War stream win. What the fuck is Age of War? First, I have to know what Age of War is. Age of War. Oh no. You know what I would be down to stream sometime is Heli Attack. You know what I've legitimately thought doing a stream of, but I figured just no one would watch it? I thought about doing a stream of fucking like Lego Island or Lego Racers. Because I really liked those games when I was a kid. But then I might as well play single player because those are so fucking outdated, man. Token civilian? What do you mean token civilian? The hell? Oh, we have to fucking infiltrate the civilian administration. God damn it. That's inconvenient. Is that game that you start as a caveman and you go down through the ages? Fair. The one, like, in terms of Flash games, the one I played a lot of was Heli Attack. That was a really good one. I'm sorry, what? Buddy, you're going the wrong way. That ain't it. The United States of America has just declared war on Cuba in response to the war on terror. British is like, listen, we could go get oil, or, hear me out, we take this as an opportunity to finally kill fucking Castro. That's true, they actually did. That is fair. It is arguably actually more relevant to the reason that they're fighting a war than the real one. So, yeah, that's true. What the fuck, man? Just MD things. All right, let's infiltrate their government, and I bet they lowered their corruption again, didn't they? No, it's still at 7. Good. Or we could go kill Castro. Nah. I mean, it would be funny just to, like, tell the Americans we did the one thing that they have always failed to do. But, no. It wouldn't be right. All right, domestic automotive industry of PIBA. We get monthly population from it. That's odd. I'll take it, but. The TIBA is an Iranian car made by Saipa. The car platform has been designed by Saipa. Its safety is reasonable, and its production to service of some 122 local manufacturers have been utilized, and 810 parts have been produced. Cool. Not laughing at what you said. That was funny as hell. What thing I said? I've said a lot of things recently. That said, Saddam probably had them at some point, but got rid of them. Maybe. He definitely was in the early stages of trying to do something. Did he actually get them? Probably not. I don't know. Tough to say. Also, invaded caused some kept firing on Israel. Israel didn't respond at America's request, but was preparing to start bombing the shit out of Iraq if USA was around in a few weeks. To be fair, Israel's always threatening to bomb all of their neighbors at all times, so it's not like that's a new thing. That was the first one. Oh. Fuck. Still can't get it, goddamn. More counterintelligence, I guess. Well, all this shit we're about to be stirring up around the planet, we're gonna need some good counterintelligence. As soon as the Americans figure out what we're doing. Whoa. Ooh, we can go into some really good military stuff here, but we'll wait on that. We have pretty much finished our economic tree at this point. Could go down into this though. We'll do that next. Encourage rural modernization. The realities of our country have been ignored in every aspect for far too long. And if we are to become a power on the world stage, we will have to encourage the Governor General and the provincial authorities in these underdeveloped provinces to direct efforts at modernization. Cheap, only 5 billion. You know, one of the only things for me CK3 is missing is a proper trading mechanic. Zodi, you know they've stated that they're planning like a mega DLC for trade. My presumption for why we haven't gotten a CK3 DLC in so long and how they haven't announced anything is that they're working on like a massive trade DLC, which I'm all for. If we could get like a really detailed economic and trade system in CK3, I will be so fucking sold on that game. It will be ridiculous. Import a good food system. You shut your mouth, Condor. It would need to be verified of its anti-missile, if ballistic. Fate of Iberia wasn't long ago. Fate of Iberia was a country pack. It was very well made, don't get me wrong. I really liked it, but it wasn't a full DLC. Please change the government. The focus tree of Iran does not allow you to do that. I'm planning on doing basically the whole focus tree as the Ayatollah, and then at the end we're gonna go another ideology, and we'll end with a revolution. I just want to play through the focus tree that the devs made because it's really cool. So we're gonna do that first. Dog, don't get me wrong, I'm not supporting this government. Let me make that very clear. The tree basically just concerns like the scientific and nuclear aspects of it, the foreign policy you can choose with it, and then like the industry of it. At the end of things, I am gonna overthrow this government though, so don't worry, that will happen. I'm just not like gonna rush it and click the button to rush it. It's an interesting tree well made. Let me be very clear on that. No support for that fucking government. Especially for a mod like Elder Kings 2, because there's really important trade centers that are really important to Tamriel. Yeah, true. Very true. I mean, solidarity. I hope you guys fucking succeed in overthrowing their regime. It's a nasty one. Y'all deserve better. Iran deserves better. They really do. Invade Israel because yes. Oh boy. A little more propaganda. Oh boy. That is one of the issues I do have with the Iran tree. It's really well made, it's interesting. The economic and scientific and nuclear stuff they added is really cool. But the one thing they do need to actually add is alternative political paths. I looked through this earlier before I launched this stream, and I thought that there had been alternative political paths for them. There's not at all. There's only one political path, which is them. Now, I know this game well enough. I know how to like throw them out of power. We're gonna have to basically start a civil war in the future to do it. We'll have to do the decisions, and there's some other stuff we'll have to do basically to offset the power of some of the focuses that we have. But there's no focus to go alternative paths, which is a shame. There's a lot that they could do with that. I'm sure they will, but still. Yell at Israel. Oh god, here we go. I'm having a nice pleasant stream and Condor shows up and starts yelling at me to fight people. That's about right. Fucking hell. Bolster friend popularity in the rural areas. All this modernization and development of long ignored regions have made our party much more popular in the rural parts of the country, and as such, we can propagandize what we have done to the other rural parts and urban centers without much effort to increase party loyalty in these areas as well. Cool. Ackman has ruled Israel? What is this thing? Current university system of state-owned colleges is too restricting, emphasizes long teachings and our own political agenda within the education system. Does anyone know what this means? I assume this is Arabic. Preserve the system, replace the system. Does anyone know what this means? Because I don't, and this looks actually kind of interesting. It's Persian. Oh shit. Really? Are they both Persian? Oh, it's Persian numbers. Oh shit. What's the difference between the two? Like, why are they different like this? I assume there's some context the game isn't giving us here. Yeah, but like, obviously these two are noticeably different in terms of like the calligraphy, right? Like, what is the difference between like this one versus this one? Are these like two different like systems of like evolved language, or they just mean different things? Huh. Send a monkey to space. Holy shit. We can actually build a space command. That's cool. It just looks like there is a major difference. Maybe I just don't understand it. Alright, we do have modern frigates, so we'll work on those at some point. We are up to date on most naval stuff. Look at these. The font is different. White one is more modern and mostly used informally, but the black one is the classic one. What was the, if you don't mind me asking, Parsa, what was like the reason for like the difference, like the modern one? Is it more efficient? Is it just like cultural and linguistic changes over time? Is it like rooted in like religious issues? Like what was the need for this more like modern system? Because I am pretty curious about that. Your Elder Kings 2 keeps crashing. Shit. If you click too many events at once, I've noticed it will do that. We'll print some money. We will... I will go for economic boom. It's going to cost us a lot, but that's fine. It's just because more easier to write. I got you. Okay, efficiency then. That's what I was curious about. Vezerat A. Amuzith Va Parverish. The Ministry of Education of Iran, established in 1964, is an Iranian government body responsible for the oversight of K-12 education in Iran. Each year, a certain portion of the yearly budget gets allocated to a public educational institutions. So we're going to get free university quality education with this and a research bonus. We will go for the modern system. Oh, we can actually get daily Western support with this. It's very minor, but we will get some. We'll go down the Western model then. I didn't think we could get any pro-Western. I looked for that specifically. It's literally the only focus that will give us pro-Western support. Yep. Damn. I really want to see NATO invading Ukraine and have a big Polska back. You mean in this game, or what do you mean, man? What's the context? Oh boy. That shit recently with that bombing in Poland was pretty crazy. They pretty conclusively ruled out Russia, right? I believe, for that bombing. All right. We actually can increase corruption. 24 more days. Yeah. I really support Ukraine, man, but they do keep shooting themselves in the fucking leg, dude. It's ridiculous. Oh, we got a lot of debt now. One of the larger companies within our nation has declared bankruptcy today. It truly is a sad day for our economy. We'll subsidize it. It'll be expensive. Man, our stability has really gone up. Look at that. Yeah, I know. Russia actually didn't cause a problem. It was fucking weird. Stable Iran. Millennium Dawn game mechanics are weird. We are definitely screwing up the Saudis, though, which is what I want to do with our spies. Russia didn't cause a problem is a sentence you won't hear often. True. It's very rare, frankly. Ukraine keeps criticizing Israel for not helping enough. I mean, you guys aren't helping enough, but to be fair, you're not obligated to. And vote against Israel in the UN makes me want to sell just one Iron Dome system to Russia's passive aggressiveness. Like, Israel isn't required to help Ukraine, but yeah. Given how much money America gives you for your military and in all your military hardware, it would be nice if you support it a little bit. Thanks for the follow, JB. You did build a hospital there. Oh, that's something. Okay. Ah, level 8 corruption. 2 more to go. We broke the security of Saudi. Let's break the security of Iraq next. One of the things I want to do this game is see if I can actually use the intelligence agency to just overthrow a government. I've never really tried to do that in MD. Right. The current university system of state-owned colleges is too restricting. As we emphasize Islamic teachings and our own political agenda within the education system. Therefore, we need to overhaul the way we currently run these schools to expand the type of studies we allow. Maybe we'll actually get some research speed. Our research speed is... That's actually not as bad as I thought it was. +2. Myanmar is going to go democratic. Nice. They owe Italy a shit ton of medical equipment. Israel or Ukraine? Didn't, like, Italy just, like, arrest some of the members of the Azov battalion in Italy? I thought I saw a headline about that the other day. Or today, maybe it was. Let's see if we're selling anything yet. Nope. Same old. Hundreds of foreign troops stationed in Syria have been killed or wounded following attack by Islamic extremists. Equipped with small arms, rocket-propelled grenades, and even some armored vehicles, militants managed to inflict heavy damage on the base before retreating. The high casualty rate has been attributed to the poor performance of Syrian troops who failed to warn the military base of the incoming threat and did not take action despite requests for assistance. Syrian forces reportedly underwent a relatively low standard of counterterrorism training, which is one of the features in that game. That's interesting. They've actually made events for that. Well, maybe they were there, I just never noticed them. Billboard propaganda. We're gonna apply for observer status in the SCO. We're really friendly with China, so they'll probably accept. We will send training for the Northern Alliance. Yeah, in real life, for sure. Listen, just because we gave you counterterrorism training doesn't mean we're gonna pay off your 50 billion in debt. No. Not happening. Alright, I am going to end the stream here. I didn't want to do a super long one today. I just want to get this game going. I've been promising single player streams for a while and more Millennium Dawn for a while. So I'm going to start doing this from now on. It'll likely be Fridays. I don't know if I'll stream before or after the multiplayer game next Friday, but I will keep going with this on Fridays from here on out. So hope you enjoyed. See if there's anyone to raid right now. don't recognize anyone. Let's see if anyone's streaming Hawaii, doing anything interesting. HOI4. God damn it, where are the categories I follow? Not the ones you think I want to watch, Twitch. Fuck you. The fuck is Hearts of Iron 4? Twitch just changed some stuff, didn't they? The fuck changed? Not a lot of HOI streamers tonight, goddamn. Now these look very interesting. I'm just gonna end the stream. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I will be streaming more of the Amador roleplay game on Sunday, more of the Victoria 3 East India Company game on Sunday. Next week, I will stream next Friday. By the way, I'm no longer gonna be streaming the D&D campaign. I'd rather just play it than stream it. It's not very popular anyway, so I'm just gonna play it for fun. So just a heads up about that. But beyond that, all right, guys. Very good night. Hope you enjoyed.